What's going on, everybody? I'm Jeremy, and you guys are watching Warfels Morse. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in tonight. Tonight, everybody, we're going to be going over Husbandry Pro. We've got the creator, Robert, here with us. Basically, we're going to be diving into this software and why Nathan and I, and a lot of people that actually use this software, really recommend it and think everybody else should be using it as well because it's super, super useful. So let me bring out Nathan. What's up, Nathan? Thank you for co-hosting with me tonight, dude.
No problem. What's up, everybody?
It was awesome that we were both on the same brainwave. Like once I got Robert booked, I had said something to Nathan, and basically Nathan actually beat me to the punch of saying, "Hey, can I hop on with you?" Because I was already thinking ahead of time we're going to get Nathan here with us to help me out tonight.
Honestly, Jeremy, I was just being selfish. I just wanted to be able to talk to him directly.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. So let's bring Robert out, and then we'll go ahead and thank the sponsors of this week's episode and all that good jazz. You guys all know how we roll. Robert, thank you for tuning in with us tonight and joining us.
Hey, appreciate it. Thank you.
Dude, all right, everybody. So before I thank the sponsors of this week's episode, I want to go ahead and just put it out there. I'm sure everybody's got their own way of doing everything, and that's great. It's awesome. If it works for you, keep doing it. Tonight's live is to more dive into what Husbandry Pro can do and does, where it's going in the future. So your comments and everything, any questions you guys have about it, maybe try, instead of just saying, well, my way does this or, whatever, just, try to keep it as down to where, how does Husbandry Pro handle this or that, that type of deal. So just do me a favor with that, and I appreciate it. So let's thank the sponsor of this week's episode because, we've got to say thanks to our sponsors, folks. So let's go ahead and thank our sponsors. Gettysburg Reptile Expo, LLC is located at the All-Star Event Complex in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. A 45,000 square foot venue with 125 plus vendors and top quality breeders, along with 270 plus tables. If you're looking for a python, boa, colubrid, gecko, lizard, or amphibian, you've come to the right place. Doesn't matter if you're a breeder looking for that missing piece to your project or a pet owner looking for your next scaly friend, Gettysburg Reptile Expo LLC has you covered. Need an incubator or rack system? They have you covered with sea serpents set up there to meet all your needs. The next show dates are March 18th, July 15th, and November 11th of 2023. Show times are from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Make sure to check them out on their website, Instagram, and Facebook. Mark your calendars because this is one show you don't want to miss. So I'll see you at Gettysburg Reptile Expo LLC. All right, we've also got to thank my good friend Chris at S Reptilia, guys. If you guys need boas, ball pythons, colubrids, blood pythons, Chris has you covered with that stuff. If you need Coco to go, hit him up, or the chipper. He's Pennsylvania's distributor for Coco to go and the chipper, so hit him up for that as well. Or if you need any rats, stuff like that, he can help you out with that. So hit him up and check him out. All of his information is in the description down below, along with Nathan from Infinite Possible Pythons, which is my co-host as well tonight. So Nathan, thank you very much for sponsoring this week's episode as well. And everybody, keep an eye out for what Nathan's producing because he's got some really killer stuff that when he does finally release it, you're going to be glad you're following that man. And also, if you have any branding needs, definitely check him out because he can help you out. Shirts, banners, all that stuff. He's the man to go to. So check him out as well. Like I said, everybody's information is in the description down below. So check them all out. Thank you. All right. That's my whole spiel. So see who. Wow, we've got a lot of people in the chat. I know there's a slight screw up. I had the dates on this live wrong when I first posted it, and people showed up a week early. So, I got a message from my buddy John here from Ankle. Thank you, John. He goes, do you know you're supposed to be live tonight? And it was a Monday night. I was like, dude, I never go live on Monday. And it goes, well, it says it's supposed to be on now. It's like, shoot. So I looked at the date. It's like, nope, There is a date issue when I punched in the date on that one. So, John, thanks for tuning in. Phil, thank you for tuning in. T, what's up? Thank you for tuning in. Awesome giveaway you guys had, and thank you so much for the win on that one. I really appreciate that, even though I woke up like dead asleep. Talent, thanks for tuning in. First time making one of Jeremy's lives. I mean, thank you very much for joining us tonight. I greatly appreciate it. Michaela, thanks for tuning in. Straight Blast, what's up? Oh, snap.
Billy's in here.
There he is.
Billy's in here 2 minutes. He's already making a glare off my head.
He's talking about mine.
Billy has the link. So Billy might hop in. I told him, hey, if he wants to join us, I'd love to have him hop in here with us because since he's got a big hand in this as well. So Billy, they said, feel free to hop in and join in the fun. Derek, what's going on? Thanks for tuning in. Hales, what's up? Kai, what's going on? Eric, thanks for tuning in. Slithery, what's up? Can you? Okay, now okay. Chris, what's going on? Thank you, sir, for tuning in and for sponsoring tonight's episode. Rob, what's up? All right, everybody. I don't want to go. We've got Rob here. I'm sure he doesn't want to go wait for me to say hi to everybody and all that good stuff. Billy, you don't talk too much, dude. Come on, hop on in here with us whenever you get a chance, dude. So anyway, what's up, Florida? Thanks for tuning in. Jeremy, what's up? All right, so let's dive into this. Robert, tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into even where you're like Husbandry Pro or even the reptile industry in general.
Sure. I guess I've been keeping reptiles since I was 15, so I'm going to date myself here. So I guess about 38 years now.
Okay.
I've bred, back in the day, I bred Burmese pythons. We used to import ball pythons way back in the day. There was no morphs or anything else. I owned a pet store years ago. And then I got out of the industry. I always had reptiles, but I got out of the industry. Ended up, I have a software company. We build back-end systems for small to medium-sized companies just to kind of manage their business. And, everybody's got QuickBooks and they got, FedEx shipping and everything else. So we bring it all together into one platform for them. And then I guess, so 2019 comes along and the pandemic, and in Canada, we shut down pretty quick here. So I guess at the beginning of 2020, a lot of our projects were in the pipe kind of stopped because nobody could have meetings and we weren't doing any of that kind of stuff. So I said to my team, you know what? Let's do this, right? I talked to my wife too, and she was like, you know what? Do you want to spend that much time doing it? We weren't doing anything else. So I said, you know what? Let's do a little bit here. So I started doing the designing in the beginning. And then I got one of my guys was free, one of my staff, and Vidal, my senior developer here. And he came on board, but he had no experience with reptiles. So trying to get him up to speed. So I guess we took all of 2020 to build out kind of a basic version of it.
Okay.
And then we set, I guess, January to launch. But halfway through 2020, we also own reptileclassifieds.ca, which is a Canadian classified site that never really caught on. But Billy had called me up and said, you know what, what's this site all about? And I said, you know what, I really don't want to do anything with this site. I don't want to, move it forward too much, but I do have this other project that we're kind of playing with. And Billy was all for it and really encouraged me and said, you know what, I want to get on board with this thing. So I guess that's when it kind of became real instead of just, something that we're going to see if we can do. It really became real when Billy, jumped on board. And I guess from that point on, beginning of 2021 is when we launched. And it was, I had my ideas about, what we want to do with the software. I always wanted to make it for everybody. It's not a ball python project. It's not, we wanted to make it for everybody. And we wanted to dumb it down as much as we could and make it as great as we could at the same time. And that's kind of a hard thing to do, right?
Yeah.
So I think so what we did in the beginning, like you can, we basically said let's make it so people can use it to do basic things, but let's get every bell and whistle we can in it. So I think we've gone from this fairly simple thing that you can turn most of the stuff off and make it fairly simple, but we've also gone way beyond that to, a platform that, the code base is huge, the man hours is huge. We've got 3 full-time developers and me on it at all times. I've got 2 other staff that pop in and out on the project all the time. So we've got a lot of time and everything else invested in this. And it's become far more successful than we had ever hoped. And I think it has a lot to do with how we develop and how we push updates. And every week we're bringing something new to it. And every time I do one of these things, or I do, talk to anybody that uses it, we come up with more things that that we add and we have on the list. So I also haven't lost sight that it's become this big thing, and it becomes fairly intimidating to a lot of people. So I like doing these things too, where you guys say, well, how does this work and how does this work? And I'll tell you the truth too. I had a Zoom call yesterday morning or the morning before that. And no, it was yesterday morning. And I had somebody ask something fairly simple and I couldn't answer it. I know it's there. I know it's in the platform, but it's gotten so big and it's been so long. There's parts of it, I use it every day, but there's parts of it that I haven't circled back to in the last year and a half, right? To take a look at, just because it's so big at this point. So I may not have every answer for you tonight, but we can definitely get it to you. So
well, I know
in a nutshell.
I know I certainly love the software. I praise it on here all the time. Just because it's like I tell people all the time, it's like, now if you're into breeding anything or even just keeping anything, if you're small right now and you plan to get bigger, now is the time to get into it, because when you have to enter in, say, down the road 100 animals, you're going to be cursing everything from start to finish. But if you do it animal by animal, a little bit at a time, it's so much better.
Right.
Nathan, I'm sure you're probably on the same page with that too.
Absolutely. And the thing is, what we've told people from the beginning, and my philosophy in the development part of my business is, whenever we approach a client, we always talk about the time savings that we can give you, right? So we save you time. And that's kind of when we build software for businesses, you don't need to hire another staff member or 2 staff members. We can build systems that cut your time down so you're saving all that money. So pay us X number of dollars in development, that's going to be one time you pay that instead of another staff member every year. So it's kind of the same philosophy here too, right? Is that, record keeping is super important for animals. Whether you have a few or a lot, the more you have, the more important it is, because you're not going to remember everything. Some people are really in tune with their animals. They don't need this kind of thing, but there's a lot of people that aren't. Like, I'm not. Definitely. I don't know when the shed was. I don't know when the animal went last year, when it, had follicles and everything else. So for me, it's such a time-saving thing that we try to promote to people. And Billy screams it more than anyone, how much time he saves with being able to look up things, sending off price lists to people with 2 buttons. And there's just so many features and so many things that save so much time and help build your business. And that's kind of what it's, most of us are in this to make a little bit of money back, at least help pay for their collection or whatever. Well, people say this is an expense, but really at the end of the day, how much time does that little bit, if you're spending $20, I guarantee you we're saving you more than $20 worth of time for using the software, for sure.
I know just with feedings alone, like a lot of times I'm going to start implementing the bulk feed thing, because I just printed off the QR code for the racks themselves. Right. But just the scanning of the thing, pushing 2 buttons, boom. Yep. Your feeding's done for that animal. Right. Because I go through, feed everything, and then I go back through and recheck to make sure, that every animal actually did eat it. And during that time is when I'm doing the scanning and all that stuff. Right. Where, normally before I would do something with their name tags, and then the next day I'd sit down here with note cards and write down on everybody's freaking card the date and whether, I have saved basically, I bet you it took me 3 hours when I had all the hatchlings and stuff to do everything. And it's just like, I get it done while I'm feeding now. Right. It's, it saves so much time.
Right. And you know what, I think from a buyer's perspective too, and I don't think, years ago, I don't know how long you guys have been into, ball pythons and selling that kind of thing, but years ago, when you would buy from a breeder, you would get this certificate of authentic, whatever, it's a guarantee and some other information about the animal saying, this was the breeding and here you go. That went along with every animal. That's kind of a lost thing now, right? Except when you use Husbandry Pro, it's a couple button presses and it gets emailed to the customer, right? Yep. So I think that makes you look better when you're trying to sell an animal. If I got two guys to buy from, I've got one guy that he's not positive when it fed last, or it feeds every week. Or I can get, this printout that shows the genetics, shows the parents, shows the last 30 feedings, the last 20 sheds, and the last whatever, right? That's the guy I'm going to buy the animal from at the end of the day, right? Because I know that he cares enough to look after his stuff and provide good record keeping. And I think, I'm hoping that record keeping becomes more important like it was before. Lineage is important, all that kind of stuff. It becomes more important as time goes on. And we just kind of, not selfishly, we just hope the industry comes together and gets a little more, and we're trying to do things too, where we help it out, where, the colors of our genetics that we're doing now are the same as morph markets, right? So, John has these standards and he's done a fantastic job with the site and, he's got color coded genetics. So we're like, what, as far as we're concerned, he's the industry standard. So let's go ahead and use his color codes, right? So we're hoping things like, we keep that in mind as we build, that we want to try and keep in line with what's going on in the industry too. So we watch.
Yeah, that's smart.
Yep.
Andrew, thank you very much for your compliment on the carpets. That's two of them back there. I'm hoping that they start locking up because the female's like 20 mil follicles. So hopefully two of them get their act together and give me a clutch of carpets this season.
They're actually landing at you right now, Jeremy.
They probably are. Yeah. I don't know. I think they just like torturing me. Like they'll ball up so you can't see anything, and you think you see two tails close together, and you just realize no, the one's just its tail's that freaking long that it's just wrapped around something multiple times. Yeah. Let me see here. There's some people saying hi here. Let's see. Ed, Ed, what's up? Thanks for tuning in. They're average size jungles. One adult male, and then a 4-year-old male, and then a 3.5-year-old female. They're about like 5.5, 6 foot right now.
So, Jeremy, along the lines of what Robert just was discussing, I think you and I have heard it a lot just within our group of breeders that we have with regularly. But I think a good analogy, I guess, for this is, you could run your business with, a checkbook and a bank account.
Yeah. But
nowadays, most use a QuickBooks or a software like that. And yes, there's parts of it you could say that are easier and do save time. But really, at the end of the day, the biggest thing is exactly what Robert spoke about, which is the record keeping. And you don't necessarily know how valuable that is to you until you're using it, right? The person that just kept that checkbook register all those years thought everything worked fine for them, until the day somebody came in and said, well, what's your cost on this product you're selling? And he stared at blankly because he didn't have any way to necessarily look at that or pull that up in 2 seconds or whatever it may be. And so it's very similar to what we're speaking about, and what Robert just touched base on. I think for a lot of people, especially people that may not be as computer savvy, it is a little intimidating. Just the same as a QuickBooks or any type of software, it's a little bit scary. I will say, though, that I've talked to plenty of people who are not necessarily very tech savvy who have found this software to be very easy to use. Yeah. And, and Robert, if you don't mind touching base on, because one of the things we hear constantly is, well, I already have 50 animals. I already have 100 animals. it'll take me so long to do this that, I'm apprehensive to even start. And, one of my first responses to these people is, there's multiple ways to import. I even just saw with Jeremy the other day, I think the Reptile scan or whatever, that the software has kind of been around a while. There's an import right from that software. So if you could just touch base on, when you talk to potential customers and that is a concern, what do you recommend?
Well, for us, it depends what you're coming from, right? So if you're coming from spreadsheets, we do have spreadsheet imports. So you can download a template and then you can put in, just the basic information on a few of the animals and it can import that. We can import from Reptile Scan, their export. But really setting up an animal, you can set one up on the basic level in about a minute, right? We've had customers on board 1,000 animals, right? Billy's, I think, done it a few times because, he's been in since the beginning and he's brought them in and then we've fixed them up and he's brought more in and things like that, right? Change the way we've done things. From our standpoint, we change it and then make him, have to redo things. But it's one of those things that once you set up your animal, you're good, right? And then you can use as little or as much of it as you want, right? We don't force you to do anything. But to touch on what you said, how, it is easy in some cases and it's not in others. We've recognized we have a bit of a problem, and it's because it's gotten so big so fast. And we're now taking a step back and saying, okay, so, we've got all these settings and we've got all these things here, there, and the other place. In order to bring these features out in a timely manner, we've kind of stuck some things maybe where they shouldn't have gone, right? Let's make another settings menu instead of maybe making a little gear on the page and putting every setting that belongs to that page on that page. So we're going back now and doing all that stuff, right? Trying to make it a little more user-friendly, and trying to make things a little more clear on, people contact us and say, I've got 30 animals. Should I be a breeder or should I be a collector or which account should I be in, right? And really the big difference is, the breeder level is when you want a few of the higher end features like sensor push inputting and spider web inputting and things like that, because they're so computer intensive. They take up so much. We're pulling down every time your little sensor push or your spider web sends the temperature up. We pull it down from those companies, and then we're getting, every minute we're getting anywhere from 2 lines of data to 3 or 5 lines of data, depending on how many sensors you have. So that just fills up our computer, really, is what it does. It fills the server, right? And the bandwidth and everything else. So we're trying to, you got 5 animals, just get the free account. If you've got, but then when you get into breeding and things like that, you're making money from it. So let's look at kind of the breeder package. And I think I think we've kind of made it so it makes sense for the most part. If you have this many animals, this is what you want. And then you can always just upgrade and go to the next account. But I think it's, we've got every feature on when you get in. Now you got to start turning things off, I think. And we just need to do, I think, a better job of a lot of that kind of stuff. We've got a new menu system coming out too, where right now you can turn off menu items. So like if you never use commerce or third-party data or, a lot of that kind of, you can turn that menu button off, right? And just get rid of it and reset it later. But we're making that a little more user-friendly and that kind of thing. So I think that's kind of where we're at. It's daunting when you get into it. People sit back and they go, yeah, I don't want to have to input 100 animals. But really, once you input them one time, right, you're going to save. And it's pick an ID, pick a species, right? Put in your genetics, give it a birth date if you have one. You don't have to. I think there's maybe 5 spots in a add animal that you actually have to fill out. And once you do that, the animal's in, and you can start recording all your things. But we have users now that instead of, like the breeding plan, don't have one breeding plan and then all the animals in it. They've made a breeding plan for each animal. So we haven't done a great job, I think, of explaining it, right? That it's one breeding plan and you put all your animals in it. Or you don't need to make a new species every time because we have them built in. Or you don't need to make your own custom genetics. We have the tables in there, but all they see is a plus button and they may type it in. So I think we need to do a lot of those kind of things. But to solve those things, we're doing Zoom meetings now every 2 weeks. I have full-time tech support, right? You can open a ticket. We just opened the kind of user-to-user Facebook group, right, to get information from, and it's great. There's lots of people already talking in there, which is fantastic, and seeing what you did, Jeremy, with your labels and stuff, and then people are asking, oh, how'd you do that, and that kind of thing. Exactly. So, I think a lot of people don't realize they can actually make their own labels. We made it so our label system, a lot of people have had issues with because there's no real easy way to do labels for everybody, right? But we'll get the feedback and we'll improve as we go on those kind of things too. So it's just get your feet in. We give the free trial to play with it and see what you think, and then hopefully we'll explain more as goes on. We'll get better at all that stuff.
Yeah. No, I do like I forget what tier I started off with, but once you hit that animal count, that cap, it says, hey, you've got to, up your membership, so to speak, or up your tier because you're maxed out. So that's really nice that it lets you know, hey, you got to.
Right. You can also archive animals. So we also realized that, hey, you may not have these animals anymore. We're not going to make you keep paying for that animal, right? So archive the animal. You can still view it. You just can't interact with it, but it brings your count back down again. But I think that I just think people need to understand how much time it will save you, right? Using the software. At the end of the day, it's just, if you care about records, there are people that don't care about records. There are people that don't even know this kind of thing exists. It's surprising. We've got 11,000 users. And that's a huge number for us. We did everything. We never thought we'd get to that number. Those aren't all paid subscriptions. There's a huge number of paid subscriptions, but there's 11,000 users that have registered. But there are still so many users out there that don't even know that the software this kind of thing exists, right? So I think, people have asked me recently about Clutch coming out from Kabilka, and I think it's only a good thing because it creates awareness, and it for this type of thing, we don't need to own 100% of the market share, right? We won't ever, right? And I think it's just good that these other things are coming out because it creates discussion, it creates awareness, and it can only be good for everybody. We'll learn from them, they'll learn from us, and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly, Melinda. If you, like Robert was saying, if once you sell an animal, you just archive it. And then, you like he said, you still have access to it, but it's it's
out of your system.
Gone.
Right.
And while we're on that topic real quick, Robert, just to throw a question in.
Sure.
If an animal gets archived, is there a way to bring it back?
Yeah, but we hate to do it because it's a manual process for us. Just because we didn't want people archiving a bunch, doing their feedings, unarchiving them, doing feedings on those ones, archiving them just to play with the number, right? Like if you're at 50 and you have 55, I can see people doing that, right? So you know what? We just said we don't want to have to worry about that. Once you are, it warns you. It says, you're about to archive this animal. It's not reversible.
I've honestly never had a need. I don't see a need. The reason that I bring it up is because I had an animal that got archived that still had a feed notification on it.
Right.
Which and you already probably know what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So we didn't even know that would happen. So we fixed that. Right.
Okay.
But it has happened before. People have said, I accidentally archived an animal. I thought it was something else, or I archived an animal because I sold it, but it came back to me. Can I get that one back? And
right.
Open a ticket. One of the guys will bring it back into your account. Right. It won't have any activity for the time it was archived, but it's back with everything it had before. Same with a deleted animal, right? So people delete an animal, it doesn't delete for 30 days out of our system. So if people, we've got those things built into it too. If people make mistakes, we're here to help, right? We've got people to help. So just open a ticket for sure.
Awesome. Well, let's dive into, and everybody, we're going to use My Husbandry Pro as kind of like the building block here for everything. And we're just going to kind of go through everything, show off some awesome stuff, let Robert kind of explain a bunch of this. And then also, like, I've got a list of stuff that I think is really freaking awesome. And Nathan, I'm sure you've probably got close to the same list. And we'll just kind of dive through and show some of this stuff off and let everybody see some of these amazing features. So, all right, can everybody see my screen now?
Yep.
All right. So let's start off, like, here's my dashboard. So I can see, what today's feedings are, which some of these I need to change the dates on them or the intervals, which is another awesome thing. You can get reminders every 14/7 or however many days you want to set reminders for to have animals be fed. I've got today's feedings, feeder inventory, which is really, really nice. There is one thing with that, Robert, and it's kind of something I was wondering if it could be improved on. With feeder inventory, not feeder inventory, today's feeding, sorry.
Sure.
Nathan and I were talking about this. Is there a way, because as you can see, there's small rat live, all that stuff is how I have it set up. Is there a way to set it up so that way you can have a tally that it shows you need X amount of rat pups or small rats or anything like that?
So there's two things. Now, this is one of those places I never go. If we go to, and somebody might be able to, Billy probably knows this, I don't know. I know there's a feeding report. So if we go down to PDF reports, I'm just looking at my screen here so I don't.
Okay.
Feeders required report.
Or would that be PDF reports you said?
Yeah, under PDF reports. And then if you go to feeder required reports, there you go. And then you should be able to pull up your date in the top right-hand corner. So what do you need between certain days? So for the next 7 days, that was default. That's what you need for the next 7 days.
Just click, Jeremy, click today.
All right. Oh, hold on.
Go back up there.
I never knew was here.
Yeah, there you go. That's what you need today. Hit page 2. Okay, so you know what it's doing then? It's doing what's today. Your feedings due are probably from previous to today.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, Jeremy's not feeding his animals.
Right, because you haven't been updating. so that, you know what, that makes sense to say, I need to probably put a button in there. So I'm making some notes here that says due now. And then we can do a report that is everything still due from previous. Okay. But if you're not updating, that number could be huge, right?
Yeah, especially if you don't need them for months.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll go ahead and get a still due button put on there, and then it'll pull up a report for everything that is still due and outstanding still too.
See that? I never knew that this was even here.
Oh, do you know what you can? Do you know? Another way. If you go to quick feedings, animals, and then quick
activities.
Yes, quick activities. And then you pull down the filter over the button on the top bar there. There's a little down, straight across to where you would select what you're feeding. Down a little bit, down, and then to the left.
Here.
2 more buttons. 2 more buttons over. Yeah, that one there. That one. And then you can say feedings due. There's a second row, down one.
Here we go.
And then say yes or no. So yes. There you go. And then go ahead and hit apply. And that should show you. Why isn't it showing you what's due? Is your feedings due accurate?
It should be, yeah.
Okay, because when I go there and I go quick activities and I go filter feedings due, yes, and I hit apply, I get this list of, a dozen animals that need to be fed. Oh,
Yes.
you have something in the, you've got the word ovulate, and that's, so uncheck that.
Here we go. What?
So there you go. All those animals have feedings due, right? So you could then pull that way, and that's something that I think is probably the best way to feed your group. Is I would pull that up, and that's what's due right now. I would pull those feeders this morning, and then check off the ones that fed and hit submit. Is kind of the fastest way for me to do those kind of things.
Okay. See, I've never played with the quick activities thing. I definitely never went down to the reports thing. I like the reports thing just because, let me pull it up here real quick again. Because it does tell you, like here for like this week, for the next 7 days, it gives you exactly my numbers.
Right.
So I like that because that tells me what I wanted to know.
Right. And then you can go ahead and print it out and you're good to go.
Yep.
If you do pay.
Awesome. So, all right. The next thing, well, here, we'll go back up to dashboard. Like you've got your incubator set up, which I love. I love this. Hopefully I don't screw this up by doing this. Like we can go in and you can see exactly what's going on.
Well, you click the animal. So if you go to incubator, breeding on the left, if you go to breeding on the left menu and then hit incubator, do you have yours set up in the line? Right. So if you hit tile view is the new view. So there's a button up in the top right there.
It's a slider button, Jeremy. Right. Go far right.
Tile view. Okay. Oh.
Okay, so that kind of shows. That's also the view that we have on the public page when you want your incubator to be publicly viewed.
Okay.
Right? So that's the exact same thing. And then what you can do is if you hit that gear, you can create a breeding record from it. You can set a reminder that it's coming. You can convert it to animals with that.
I said that's the one thing I wanted to show everybody was the fact that you don't have to input every animal, everybody, once you go and have your clutch in there. You basically hit that convert to animals, and it brings up an option for every baby. All you have to do is give it an ID number and select the genetics. Yep. And the genetics are already pre-put in there. You just have to X out the ones that it's not. Am I correct, Robert?
Correct. Yeah, it'll pre-populate with what's in the parents, and then you'll go ahead and turn off the ones that you don't have. But now with the genetics calculator, what we'll end up doing is giving you all the possible results from the parents, and then you'll be able to just check off which one it was at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's going to be very nice. When is that launching, out of curiosity?
So I think we'll release. So the genetics project of the genetic wizard and the calculators, that's going to be such a big part of the future for us. So what we're doing is we're releasing the actual genetic calculator probably Tuesday, and then the genetic calculator on the breeding plan will probably also happen on Tuesday. Once that's released, then we will start working it into other parts of the system, like I just said with the babies. We'll work it in there. So we're going to kind of work it in almost everywhere that we can, that it makes sense. Because once the code is written, we just go ahead and use it in different ways. So the first phase of the genetic calculators will be out on mid next week. And then you'll see updates to that all the time going forward.
Great. Yeah, that's an exciting one for sure.
Yeah, it was too. Definitely.
Thank you very much, Ken, for the super chat, bro. Really, really appreciate it. Everybody, super chats are greatly appreciated. Not needed, of course. But all that goes towards this, helping out here around the facility. Gonna go put everything towards the PVC enclosures for the carpets next. So thank you.
Just paid for your monthly bill for Husbandry Pro.
He did. Yes, he did. Thank you, sir. That's a good point, Nathan. And also, everybody, while I'm in the sharing the screen thing. I can't see the comments, so Nathan, you're gonna have to help me do that with the comments, and Robert too, if you guys can see them. But all right, let's dive back into.
The only comment I see is Billy saying, "Why are you searching for ovulate in your search field?"
Yeah, I don't know why that was in the search field, which is really odd. I don't know. I don't have an answer. I'm not gonna lie. All right, so let's see here. That all right. So that I didn't know that you could change how that looks. I like the way that looks a lot better.
Yeah, that's fairly new. I think we released that about 3 weeks ago or so.
Oh, okay. So all right. So that's probably why I really didn't know it was there.
I found it by accident last week. So
see, I even like the counter on how it's got the counter there for you. That's even a nice little improvement. The next thing I want to cover as well is you can go like your racks and stuff. Like here you can see every one of my racks that I have right now. And if we go over here and just click view, you know, this is my 5540.
If you go to browse racks, you'll be able to see them all. Jeremy might give people a little better.
Oh, there we go. All right, touche. Thank you, Nathan.
Yep.
So there's my 3 racks. The first one here is the 1065 hatchling rack. Then we have the 5020 and then the 5540. So there, nice thing is you can color code male and female. Males I have as blue, females I have as green, just because everybody knows I love my greens. So that's a nice little feature. I didn't know that you could do, but apparently you could do for a while.
Jeremy, I'm surprised they're not black and white.
I didn't think about that. That's a good thought, Nathan. That's a good thought.
Sorry, Robert. He has a little problem with Xanthic stuff. He's slightly obsessed, so that was just.
I'm partially colorblind too, Robert. So the Xanthic stuff really speaks to me.
I'm partially colorblind too. Red, green, right? So if you see the colors wonky on this thing, that's my fault.
Well, no, I don't know how to explain my color blindness. Mine's just it's just goofed up.
Oh, really?
My one friend Ray here from Alluring Serpents went and did like this really nice, generous thing and got a whole bunch of people to come together and get me a pair of those
glasses.
And Chroma's colorblind glasses.
Yep.
And according to the test, he got me the right glasses. Well, they screwed with my eyes worse than my color blindness.
So did you do
Hey,
the
Jeremy, you should check that chat because Billy just dropped you a nice little gift there, buddy.
Whoa, Billy. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, Billy. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate that. It means the world to me, dude, because you're one person that I've really looked up to, and that means a lot to me, Billy. Thank you very much, bro. You've helped me out more than what you probably realize you've ever helped me out with. So thank you very, very much. I really, really appreciate that. Now you really got to hop in here with this, damn it. Thank you, Billy, so much. I really appreciate that.
While you have that up, I mean, I don't know, maybe you were already headed here, but one thing I hear a lot from people is when you say this saves time, they don't quite grasp how it may save time. And I think what we're looking at here and the bulk stuff is a huge, huge part of that. So, if you want to touch base, Robert, just kind of on how that all works and what that's about.
Sure. So I'm going to put aside the whole question of, do you care about record keeping? I'm going to assume everybody does. Okay. Because none of this saves anybody any time if they don't care about the record keeping, right? If they don't care to look back to find out when their animal's fed, or they don't care about any of the record keeping part, the software is just not going to be for you anyway. But assuming you're in the record, right? In fact, I don't use the racks. I don't use the rack system. I understand people that use the rack system because you can, check off the different ones that fed and then do a bulk feed of all those animals. But we're just going to a place where speed is super important to me to get the job done really quickly. And in doing that, the NFC that we've done is probably the fastest way to do anything, because this is a view that a lot of people use the app. So for me, I think probably 70%, 80% of people use the app, 30% use strictly desktop, right? So the number of people that use the app is much higher. So we're kind of migrating towards how do we make that the best possible way to do things. A lot of people still use this view, but I'll tell you, I don't bring a laptop into my snake room, right? So I'm not going back and forth. I just have a phone in my snake room. So with this, you would select the different boxes or select the whole rack. If you're feeding by rack, you would feed the whole rack, select who didn't eat, and then submit that. And then it posts your feeding to, up to, well, you can make your rack as big as you want. You could actually make it, 50 wide and 15 high. Like all racks were beside each other. So you could do one bulk feeding really, to as many as you want. But that also means you need to keep your animals organized. So that's for a certain kind of person, for sure, that uses the racks. I know Billy uses the racks, right? He's got, when you look at, his digital rack version in the software, it mirrors what he's got in his facility. Mine does not, right? Because I move an animal around from time to time. I don't necessarily do the update. So I'm not the guy that uses every bit of the software. Right. So, and you don't have to, right? You don't need to use racks. You guys have, racks and you may use it to keep your animals there, but I don't. I only care that the animal was fed. I don't care where it is because I've got one rack, right? Because I breed emerald tree boas and things like that. I've got a lot of different things, but I have one ball python rack and that's it, right? And that's what I mostly use the software for. So for me, I don't necessarily use the rack, but you can. There are faster ways to do it, right? There's I'm probably going off a little farther than I should, but
you're good. You're good.
Yeah, the NFC is really, so these are the tags that I can bring it up here. These are the tags that we have made, right? That are the epoxy NFC tag, and I've dropped it there. The epoxy NFC, and you just stick this on. So I have these stuck at the top bar above every bin. And right now, if you want a QR, you would press a button to open up your scanner. You would point it at the card, and I'll tell you, our scanner is, it's almost too good because sometimes I'll go like this and I'll end up scanning something there. I don't have to hold it. I've tried some of the other apps, and you got to really kind of do this and do that and turn it around and everything else. But our scanner is so good that you'll go like this and sometimes hit an animal you don't want to hit. Yeah. So with the NFC tags, so there's Android and there's iOS, and unfortunately I'll get into the whole iOS thing. But for Android, it's listening all the time. So the phone is literally listening all the time, and when the app is open, and all you do is tap it to right there. So I open up my quick activities, and because I'm on Android, I just go tap, 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 tap. So I can tap 20 animals in my rack in 45 seconds, right? For everybody that fed, because I don't necessarily feed the whole rack at one time, right? So I'll do 15 or 20, and I'll literally tap, move on, tap. So you're not opening your scanner, pointing, scanning. So the NFC is really going to be the way to go. And it's not, you don't need to buy our NFC tags. These are, I think, $1.75. But you can buy off Amazon, these little guys here. You've probably seen them before. They're like a little, well, that's green, isn't it? Yeah, that is. So you can buy these little guys or NFC tags, or you can buy just little stickers, and you can get 50 of them for $10, right? And you stick those on, right? And then it works exactly the same way, right? And that version was released last week. So anybody that is doing the QR codes, right? It's the great basic way to do it. Sure, if you want to speed that whole process up, you'll open up you'll assign the NFC to each bin, you'll assign the NFC to the animal, and then you'll just start tapping on the quick activities page and hit submit. And really, that's going to be the fastest way to do it going forward. If you like the rack stuff, to be able to visually, some people are visual and they like to know where their animals are. That's just another way to do it, right? So we're just trying to do, for you, it's one way. For me, it's another way. For that guy, it's a third way. And that's kind of the way we're doing it too, right? On everything, if we can.
Yeah. Let me pull off my rack tag here, just so everybody knows with what Robert was talking about with the rack thing here. Let me open up my QR scanner here. Yeah, I'll scan the rack tag, which here's the rack tag, everybody. And then there pulls up, that rack. And then I can hit bulk feed. And then, like he said, you just tap on which tub's ate, submit that. And then I would assume then you hit the more option, and then you could hit the refused food.
Right.
There's a refused in there, bulk shed, bulk clean, weight. Okay. Wow.
And you can assign them more to that. Like we only assign the default ones to that, but you can go into your activities and assign more to that bulk button or that more button. There's some things you can't do, like notes. You don't necessarily want to leave a note, the same note for every animal. So we haven't necessarily included that. Or you can't do like an ovulation because you're not going to ovulate the whole rack at the same time, or a pairing or anything like that. Some things are a little more specific that we don't include that. Those are what we call simple activities. So simple activities can be done in bulk generally.
So
is awesome.
So Robert, I currently have the QR codes. I like the NFC stuff clearly. Do you see most people that do have larger numbers and a lot of racks sticking to the rack? Because looking at this, there's no way I'm going to hold my phone. I mean, my hatchling rack alone, say, is 120 bins. I'll be there for 3 hours tapping bins. Yep. So for me, the rack thing has been amazing. I love that. I love how it works. I am that guy who sits and makes sure they're all organized, and I drag and drop them. And maybe that's something, Jeremy, you can show. Like when an animal moves, it's not difficult. You can literally on your phone or the app, you can drag and drop it to a new spot. It's very, very convenient. If I had one question to ask about it is, I typically do my feedings because it's a lot to try to feed a whole collection in a day. So a lot of times I'll pick a rack, and that's the rack that I feed that day. Right. And one thing I've never been able to figure out, and maybe it is just this way, when you click bulk feed, I get it. I uncheck ones that didn't eat.
Right.
Is there a way to just have it marked refused on the ones that aren't checked? Or do I have to do the second bulk refuse step?
No. I don't see a reason why we couldn't make that an option, because a lot of the things we're doing nowadays is you ask for something that doesn't work for everybody, right? That certainly wouldn't work for me, because when I feed, I'll pull. So I've got, I think 55 animals, right? Not all, I've got 30 ball pythons, 25 other animals. So what I do is I pull 30 rats, right? Billy. So I pull 30 rats, right? And then I'll feed whoever's going to eat, right? And that's it. So for me, that wouldn't be a way I would want to do it, because I didn't necessarily even try to feed 20 of my ball pythons, right? I may have fed only 10 of them, and the emeralds and the womas and things like that, right? So for me, that wouldn't be a way that I would want that to work. So when we design things, I say, how do I want it to work? And how do you really want it to work, right? Because it works really well between the two of us too, because he's got this massive collection and I've got this smaller, diverse collection, right? Like I've got frogs and tortoises and everything, right? So it works differently for different people. You use it a different way. So there's no reason why I can't do that as an option. So let me throw this out there right now, is that if there's something you want to see, you can open a ticket. You can post it on the group, the Facebook group. or you can send an email to support@Husbandry Pro, and we'll get it that way. And I'll tell you what. Oh, there's also the suggestion board.
Right? Yeah, which is great.
Right? So we don't act on those things all the time. Also, people send us a message and say, "Hey, can you do this?" I tag every one of those and put them into a look at later or look at when it makes sense, right? When we're developing a certain area, we'll go ahead and say, okay, these features, let's do these at the same time. And really, if I think that, 10 people are going to use this feature and it's only going to take the developers a couple hours to get it into the next thing, we'll go ahead and put it in, because there's no skin off my nose because really, if it makes 2 more users want to use the software, we'll do it. And we'll put it in there if it makes sense and make it an option so that not everybody has to do it. Right. So like Billy and I have different ways we want to do things too. So when we talked about the genetic calculator, right, he wanted to type in het space piebald. Remember that conversation, Billy, we had?
Yeah.
Right. And to me, being a programmer, so everybody does it that way. Everybody does. If you want to het piebald into your genetic calculator, you type in het space P. For me, being a programmer, I want to type P and have it come up and het after it, so I select. So I'm typing 1 letter, right, instead of 5 in total before I can start getting to the piebalds, right? But it's an option that we can look at adding, do it a different way, right? And it's really for us to put a switch, right, and turn it on or off. So
yeah, I honestly didn't. I thought possibly it was there, and I just hadn't figured it out yet. So that's why I worded it that way, because honestly, I wasn't sure if it maybe already could do it.
No, because that's one of those things that never crossed my mind, and nobody's ever asked for it, right? And that's the only reason it's not there, right? Really, the only reason it's not there or not coming, because every suggestion we put in there, and if somebody sends a suggestion and says, "Can we do this?" and there's no way in hell we're going to do it, I'll reply, sorry, that won't be a feature. Yeah. But if somebody sends me a request and it's something that, more than one person are going to use that, we'll bank it and we'll do it later.
And I'll be honest, Robert, I know you're absolutely being truthful, because when I first started with this software, must have been very close to when you guys started, I actually asked how I could see what size feed a specific animal would eat. Right. On today's feedings.
Right.
And I swear the next day I got a message back saying it's there, and it's there now. So I know you're being very truthful when you say that.
Well, not only that, on the other end, I've actually called Robert. It's like I didn't even know how to send a ticket in for a while. So it's just like, fucking send a ticket. Let me just
call. This is his ticket right here.
Right. Call him. And I'll say, hey, Robert, can we do this? And he's like, okay, work me through. Let me understand. And I go, I do this and that. And he goes, okay, well, yeah, because you have fucking 2,000 animals.
Right.
How many other people do you really think would utilize this feature you want me to do? Yeah, you're right, Robert. Probably not. And he goes, now, I'm not saying I won't, but there's a lot more important shit that the mass needs before, because it's not like they're sitting there like, oh, fuck, I hope someone sends us a ticket because we have nothing to do. Just letting people message me. I'm not fucking sitting there going, someone message me so I can do something today. We're busy. So he's even said, you know what? How many people do you think that's going to apply to, for you? And maybe, 10%, yes, we'll get to it. But there's more important things that the mass needs. And he does put things in order because, I'm 30% owner and I don't sit there and go, hey, I want this shit now. And, and even if I did, he'd say, well, how much can I buy you out for, dickhead? Like, that's how he would be. And we have a great relationship. And he really does put the needs first of everybody. And he uses his brain to sit there and say, well, Billy, this isn't just an app for big breeders, and having me as a big breeder come on, I'd be messaging you back in the day like, hey, man, when I do this, nothing comes up. Yeah, it's working fine. Well, yeah, you're running 50 animals. When I'm trying to run 2,000, oh, shit, okay, let's fix it. Hey, this isn't working. It's like, yes, it is. It's fine. I'll give him permission to log into my account or whatever, and he'll go, oh, well, fuck, you're trying to do a fucking scan of 600. No, well,
Right.
So, I mean, it's flawless for me. And I'm running a few thousand animals, and it's like this. And we have 4 or 5 people with cell phones and computers working in different rooms simultaneously. And it is like, I love it. So whatever they're doing, I just, I'm glad what they're doing, because they
not to interrupt. I just want to answer this question. World of Wilcox. Yes, there is enclosure. It's not just racks. There are, I believe it's called cages, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there's
there's
also groups. So you can just make
pull up the thing here. There is, I don't even know. I think I might have cages listed. Maybe I don't have cages listed.
There's also groups.
Apparently, I don't have cages listed.
Yeah, and groups really apply, I think. I think group is a really underused feature, because you can create a group of whatever animal you want in that group, and then it shows up as a nice list that you can do multiple things to that group. So group is a really good feature for anything outside of a rack, because we don't really make the graphical cage, because there's so many different cage sizes, right? So it's kind of the same. The cage and group are kind of the same thing, but a group is a nice way to do it, I think, is probably the easier way to do it.
So that I'm going to have to focus on that more for the carpets and stuff, just because, that makes a lot more sense with them. So I'm glad you pointed that out. Because, I basically, for them, I just go up and I scan the each enclosure, but at the same token, I'm always looking for ways just to kind of make it a little bit easier.
Let me show you one thing, Jeremy. If you can go to your list, if you go to your animal list there, and a lot of people don't know about this. So go ahead and hit list. And then if you go and you hit your filter there at the top, do you only have ball pythons?
I have ball pythons and carpet pythons.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so if you go ahead and open up that filter, go ahead and select your carpet python. So go change your species there.
Species.
Where are we?
Animal
type. Yeah, animal type.
Oh, there. Okay.
So change that to carpet. And if you hit save filter and apply, type in carpet and hit save. Now, if you ever come back to this page and hit carpet, it's going to show you all your carpets. So first, click the little circles beside the filter to reset that filter.
Oh wait, the circles.
Yeah, the reset button beside the filter.
Yellow circle. Yeah, beside it.
Yellow.
Oh, this.
Yeah, there.
Reset filter. Okay.
So now that shows all your animals. So now what people have always said, hey, can we have 2 different tabs here so we can have different animals in different lists? Well, you just make this save filter and apply, and you could filter for, if you make tags on your animals, you can filter it by tags. You just come up and hit those buttons. You make another one for ball python, you would hit another button for ball pythons, right? So then it's showing you 2 different lists for your different animals, right? But
that is nifty.
Yeah, right? Even with myself, I have like 4 for sale racks, right, with my animals. And I'll have them, obviously, rack 1 is the oldest, and rack 4 is the newest. I put them in order of date, in numerical. And say, for example, someone's like, hey, Billy, do you have anything that's older or anything that's bigger, that's breeding size that, I can just go and look and go. I have in my filter, I have ARS for sale rack 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Then I can just go and hit that rack number 1. It gives me all the racks for 1. I can go for sale. If they want females, I can just go, make a new toggle rack for ARS for sale 1, females, enter, and it just pops it up, and it's from the for sale rack. And it's just so easy. And I have a bunch of those little filters that are saved. And I can just go, or if I want, I can pick, all 4 and just click like 1, 2, 3, 4, all 4. So, and then I can print. I mean, it's so easy once you manipulate the software. And that's all we're doing with this, is manipulating the software. I mean, not the software, the data that's in the software.
Yeah.
And it helps amazing. And I do this on lives a lot too. On Patreon, where I can go and, people like oh, I always try to explain to people getting into a project, you want to have, a good group. And people, yeah, I'm in the pied project. What did you get? Oh, I got a het pied male. Well, I wouldn't really say you're in it, So I just go into animal list and type in pied. Anything pied, het pied, possible het pied comes up. I have 562 animals with those. So, it's great because I can go in and go, that clown, I have 600 some odd animals. I go monsoon, I might only have 80. Well, guess what? If I want to build something, screw building this and this, I should put in more monsoon stuff to get up to the 300-400, or it shows you instantly instead of going, okay, I got 5. I mean, everything's right there. And if you can manipulate the data, it's just awesome. How many females do I have with this gene? Oh shit, I only got 2. I thought I had 7. Better buy more. I mean, this isn't just for record keeping. I think it's good for, looking for future purchases. When I'm breeding, what do I need more of? What do I already have enough of? It is amazing.
And that's the other thing too, is people also have to keep in mind, there's an old programming term called garbage in, garbage out, right? That if you don't set up your animal, so you can set up, a project using tags, and then you can make a tag called pied, right? Or secret project, and then put that on 7 of your different animals that you have in this little project. Make one of those filter buttons, bam, it shows those animals, and then you can do those things. And we're taking, and we learn things all the time that, people ask, hey, can you make it just do the for sale one? So we add that filter in. And now what we're doing is we're taking that block filter that is really great on the animals, and we're moving that onto the different parts of it. So you can do the exact same thing on every screen, whether it's your quick activities or whether it's your for sale animals or whatever. So we're trying to move those elements that work really well in around the software. So we're always trying to find things that work better and then moving them to what makes sense everywhere, right? So it's kind of standard. But again, we're back to the thing's gotten so big and some things have gotten away from us in different little areas.
One thing that I find really useful, Jeremy, can you screen share and go to your animal list?
Certainly can.
Okay, go to list. Okay, so you do have the name. You do have animal type, male, female, date of birth. If you go down to your settings,
settings.
The menu.
Left side in the menu.
In the menu.
In the menu.
Yeah, go to the bottom. Settings.
Here, okay.
Okay, now go to table settings. Keep going.
Okay.
Yep. Now, basically, this is what you have on and off. So what I do, if you see location, do you have all your animals and locations in the rack? You do, correct?
Yeah.
So I would click on location. Okay. I also do stuff like sale price. Don't do it, but just leave location. Sale price, featured picture. Now go to the top and save. Or the bottom. I'm sorry, underneath.
Oh, it's up at the top too. Save changes.
Okay. Now go back to your list. Animal list.
No, I think you have to hang on a second before you leave this page. I think you actually have to save in the table you're in.
Okay. So go up.
Yeah, so go back up to that table. There.
Okay.
So go down a little bit there. Hit that save. Yeah.
Save table. Okay.
No, that location wasn't tagged. So you gotta hit location.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then save it underneath. Yes.
Okay. There we go.
I go and manipulate a lot of this. So now when you go back to animals, list, now there's your rat location. So
whoa.
Somebody comes to me, right? So right now, someone will come. If I'm looking for something, I bring up my animal list and type it up. Before, I would actually have to go bring up the animal, hit click, then search and see where the location was. Here, it saves me a step.
I see. It tells you exactly where it's at.
Yes, before opening up. So now, if you wanted to go look for Rex, you just go to ARS 1. You know exactly where it is. So beforehand, if you were looking for an animal, especially I have 2,000 animals. So for me to go and bring something up, search it, hit the button, go in, and then look again. And then once I'm done, I got to go back and it's just so easy to have everything right there. Saves me a step from going in, Because so many people are coming or asking, or Austin's like, hey, Billy, you know, we're going to, you know, breed this male to this female. Where is it? Oh, let me do this, click, click, click.
Billy problems again.
Yeah. No, because now, you know,
where's my one pie? I know where it is.
If I could just quick jump in, that point, Billy, is really great. And Jeremy, I'm just going to throw this out because I know for yourself and a lot of people, another great thing that you can do with that is for those of you who are vending shows and you have certain animals to take to the show, it makes it so easy. So I use that exact functionality. When I'm getting ready for a show, I can just filter out the animals that are going. Again, locations, sale price, all of the information I need to create labels or whatever for the displays is in one place that you can also print out if you need to. So, you know, that's just a neat little thing that I think, you know, you can use that functionality for, just, again, to save time on something that isn't really related to the software at all. It's related to prepping for a show.
Yeah.
And you can filter and save those any which way you want, you know, for sale, sold, you know, breeding, anything that you want, you know, animals to wholesale. I mean, you can manipulate the data so many ways. And I find it like, you know, the more I play with it, I'm like, oh my God, this is so, you know? So,
well, see, since I've been laid off here, well, it started last week, I've started diving deeper into it. Like with me making up these new cage cards and stuff, like, you know, I've started to dive a little bit deeper into it and figuring out, hey, some of these awesome features I had no idea you could do with it. And now here tonight, I'm still learning more awesome features that I didn't know you could do. I mean,
Nathan,
it's ahead of its time.
Yeah. Do you print off the labels for your show as well and use the QR codes?
So it's funny you say that. Up till now, I have not. And because I was getting ready to make a switch, which is I am printing plastic cards that are going to go on all of my bins. And those cards are now just going to go right onto my displays. And those have the QR codes where people can scan. And that's actually a good leadway into, that's an amazing feature that I think a lot of people don't realize is even possible.
I do two tags. I have a tag, so I call it like facility ID tag, and then I got Expo tags. So I go in, when you go into I have a Dymo, which I recommend. You go into the Dymo, and then you click, is it for the facility? Is it for show? You know, at Expo. So I go to Expo, then hit submit, and then it also puts the, you know, whatever you want to show. I put price as well. So it'll QR code, ID, genetics, price, and the sex. And then I just go, and then I just select the 20, 40, 50, 100 animals that I want, print, they come all out, stick on. Besides, before, I used to use a Brother label maker. And you would go and spend $25 to $30 on this, you know, white with black, and you'd print it off, cut it, peel the 2 strips, stick it on. You still had to make a price with the marker. I probably save $100 alone per month on those fucking labels because I'm printing them off and doing this, and no more markers and stuff being swiped off. And the best thing is it just comes off simple. It's already there because I don't have to write down the price because it's already in the system. It's print, stick, done. But then when people come to the Expo, you know, I don't know how many times, when did it eat? What's it eating? What are the parents? When is it born? You know, before I'd say, message me back.
Right.
No work. Message me with the animal that you bought, and I'll look it up. So you're going there, going through and trying to find the number or the name on your spreadsheets. Now they just go hover over with their phone. Oh my God, cool. All the information's right there. And if they have Husbandry Pro and they take the animal, what's your email? I'll transfer it. And when they get home, they can transfer it right in. Or if they don't, you can go in and say, hey, what's your email? And send them a nice certification with it's and professional, Robert said. You don't need it. It's there for free. You know, like it's just a bonus on top of what the software does. But I tell you, when you start using it and you see people, oh my God, this is sick. It is.
And while we're at cage cards, this is something that that, this green screen. Okay, so this is something we're working on too, is that these are the hard cards, right? They're like credit cards. So
that's what I just printed off, actually. Same thing. I have one of those printers, so
you know exactly what I'm talking.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
We got our flattener in finally. So anyway, these, we're going to make these available to purchase. You'll be able to we have a graphic artist on staff too, and we'll go ahead and have him do the design for you. We're going to have some stock ones in the system, and then you'll go ahead and do the design, and we'll print these off for you and send them to you. There's going to be a cost, of course, but there's going to be two versions. There's going to be this one with the QR code on it. And then if you take a look, we've got the NFC thing in the top corner, the other corner, actually. So these are also NFC, right?
Let me put you up on the big screen here, Robert, so that way everybody can see it a little bit better.
Yeah. So basically, that's the one I designed for mine, right? And we'll go ahead and this one, you can also tap this or scan it, one way or the other. So you'll stick those into the front, of your cage or whatever. But the other thing is when you go to a show, you can use the NFC tags too, right? Right on your bin. So you leave it on your bin all the time, right? Whether it be this one or one that you just buy on Amazon, leave it on your bin. Before you go, simply click the button on the animal that assigns the tag to the animal, click it on
literally
and then
3 seconds.
It's assigned as done. And then somebody can come up and just tap their phone and it'll go to the website to show the public version of whatever you've decided to show. So you don't need to show every feeding. You don't need to show the lineage. You can turn that kind of stuff on and off. What do you want available to the public on this animal, right? And then they'd scan it and away you go. And you can use the same QR code. You can use the enhanced QR code in your shop or, on your cage too, because it knows whether you're scanning it with the phone or whether you're scanning or somebody scanning it outside of the app. So the only way to view everything is if you're using the app and you scan it and you're logged into your account, right? So not everybody can see all your information or anything like that when they're scanning these QR codes.
I have a question on that. So QR code that the NFCs that are there right now, is there a way? So when I go and I assign it to an animal, hit the Wi-Fi, says please touch thing, you touch it, 3 seconds. And to change it, you just do the same thing over and over. Is that automatically assigned to somebody outside the app when they touch the NFC to go and be forwarded to like the QR?
Yeah, so it brings up the whole URL. Same with the QR. So the QR, if you scan it outside of the app, it brings up the whole URL with your public whatever. Same thing with the NFCs. When you tap it, it'll bring up the URL. They just click the URL and it grows.
So I don't have to do any other step. Basically, as soon as I take so if I was to stick 100 of them on my displays, I put an animal in. I basically select the animal, tap it. Now it's programmed to that animal.
Right.
When someone comes with their phone that not inside the app, they just touch their phone and it gives them the same info.
Correct.
So guess what? Now I don't have to print any labels. I don't have to print.
You can just say scan.
I'm excited because that's one thing I do. I bring 200-300 fucking animals and I got to print them, make sure. And, sometimes we print them out and there's 30 of them that don't have prices. Damn it. I throw them out. I don't want to write on them. So there goes 30 in the garbage after I reprint them and get the. So now, oh, wow, that's incredible. Because now instead of having a display with all this stuff or markers or I have a clear tub with a little logo, and I'm going to get, either Husbandry Pro or actually I'm going to order the ones with my logo, put them on my tub. Oh my God, I didn't know it could do that.
So the other thing too is we have to keep in mind, I was talking to somebody in the States and they said NFC isn't that widely known yet.
I've never heard of it. Nathan actually had to tell me what it even stood for.
You guys don't tap your phones and stuff when you buy stuff?
Yeah, it's the same thing in Canada. We tap our credit cards and our debit cards and everything else.
Yeah,
we have some of that here. Yeah,
exactly. You have some of that everywhere we go.
Here,
it's standard for us, and I believe
is the NFS working on Apple on iOS? Because I've heard back and forth that I know there's something odd with it, but
there's something really odd with it, unfortunately. So here's our problem is that Apple has locked up the NFC communication. So the phone has NFC, right?
Right.
So the phone can read the NFC, but it has to read it through the Apple security pop-up. They don't allow us to communicate directly with the NFC reading. So with Android, we can scan an NFC and send that data immediately to our app. There's a plug-in, there's a software development for that allows us to read that NFC without having to go through any Android anything within the phone. With iOS, you tap your iPhone, right, and it pops up. You have to actually say, "Hey, NFC, tap," and then it pops up, and you have to hit OK, and then it does whatever we want it to do, right? With Android, you just walk up and bam, and it does it, right? So unfortunately, it's a limitation of with Apple. It's not just our app; it's every app. They can't communicate directly with it. It can't be listening all the time. The iPhone, you have to say NFC. So it's kind of more like the QR situation where you have to open the camera, scan, right, and then do your thing, right? Same thing with iPhone NFC. They'll have to tap or they'll have to turn on NFC, tap, and away they go. So it's a limitation of iPhone. As soon as they change that limitation, our software is already written to do the communication. We just fire it. We'll just do an update and away we go. So it'll be quick when they decide to change it. From
the Ball Python project?
What's that?
There's a couple good questions. Would be allowing a purchase through the program. I think you're working on that. So if somebody goes and, through your store, we are working on something where you can buy an animal from the store. But I mean, if you walked over and scanned an animal and your phone's already open, wouldn't it be cool to go, okay, well, let me just pay you. Click, Visa, done, submit.
Yeah.
So let me touch on that. So we are one of the big upgrades that I've got one of our guys working on now, and this is going to be a little bit longer of an upgrade, is so we don't want to do a morph market. We're not looking to do a classified anything. We're not anything like that. What we are looking at doing is replacing your WordPress site or your whatever site, right, that you have outside of Morph Market. So a lot of people have a website, right? So what we've done is right now you can have a public store, we call it, but we've actually made it now, if you go /store, mutation creation, you can also go /user mutation creation. And what we're doing is we're making it so you can design a whole website, basically, right? That will be the colors that you want, the features that you want. If you want your incubator public, you want your birthing records there, you want your logo a certain way, you want descriptions, you want the color a certain way. So we're going to basically have a website designer that you can design your own website.
Right? And this is part of Husbandry Pro.
Right. So, and it's included in your package, right? So you can set this up. So
it's groups, and
you'll put your link to Morph Market on that, and it's just basically a public page. And one of the features will be, right now you can look at all the animals that you have for sale there with the price. We're also it's done. I just haven't launched it yet. Is when you do invoicing inside Husbandry Pro, you'll be able to accept payments on those animals. So you'll do payment plan, right? And you'll be able to sign up with PayPal or Stripe. They're your accounts. We don't get money or anything. Somebody will come, they'll put in their credit card information, hit pay. It will go directly into your Stripe account, right? It has nothing to do with us. It's managed through Stripe, which is one of the biggest payment processors in the world, or PayPal, and you'll be able to take deposits. You'll be able to manage, payments to it. So you'll be able to sell your $1,000 snake, take your $200 deposit, tell them to come back every couple of weeks, make a payment. As soon as it's paid off in full, we'll ship you the animal. And right now you can manually mark those payments on your invoices within the system, but we're going to make it so you can actually take a payment directly to yourself not through us, not managed by us or anything, but it looks like it's through us, right? So, but you have full control over it. We don't want anything to do with that. We don't want anything to do with the payments, but we're going to allow you to get the payments through the system. So that's coming probably in 2 to 3 months before you start seeing those changes.
So now, all right, I want to show something to everybody before I know it's slightly sidetracked. So with what we were talking about with the scanning of the QR code and the show stuff, if I just scan off a husbandry, hold on, wait, nope, there we go. This is what it pulls up, everybody, at first. All right, this is off a husbandry. Now, if I use just my phone and say I'm at a show, I scan it, I click the link. I turned my phone off of Wi-Fi so it didn't screw up the Wi-Fi for the live stream. There it brings up this is the information then that the buyer then sees at the show. So just that way everybody can see that and understand that.
And you can turn on certain things that you want displayed. Like if you don't ever want, sheds shown or whatever, you can limit the activities that are shown. You can limit the data that's shown. You can limit all that kind of stuff to what is seen publicly.
Robert, if I could ask a quick question regarding that. But I just happen to be looking at that section. Is there a reason why you kind of have predetermined things in that area as opposed to the way, for example, when you transfer an animal, you go through all the possible ones and pick the ones you want? The reason I ask is because it looks in that area that there is some things you can't choose to show up or not. Like it's somewhat limited.
Right. So I think we always want a certain amount of information shown, right? I think we always want the animal ID. I think we always, so you can reference back to it. I didn't know that there was anything that we didn't include that you would want to include. Like, is there something that's missing? If there's something that's missing, we can add that. But I don't know that the transfer of the animal to me is take all the data, make it so you can transfer everything to display publicly. I don't know that we're missing anything because I know you can select different activities. I know you can select birth date, price, and that kind of thing. So if there's something
I don't remember because I'm not looking at it. Jeremy and I looked at it the other day. I think there was an item that we were like, I wish that was there, but I don't remember. Jeremy, maybe you do, what it was.
So we've got,
dude, we went over so much stuff.
We've got latest activities, price, photo, contact form, last weight, sire, dam, description, genetics of the sire and dam.
I see.
It's in settings, Jeremy.
It's in settings.
Yeah, and then general settings. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Stop. Yeah. So so you got your latest activity. Oh, okay. So it doesn't allow you to select which activities.
Activities, right? That's what it was.
Okay, so that'll happen.
Man, I love it. Can we do this live stream all the time?
Yeah, you always learn something when we do this. It's amazing.
Literally, I haven't looked at that screen and that part of it in a year, probably. Right. So it makes sense.
This is what I love about this software, though, and you've already said it several times, Robert, and even in that the group you started on Facebook. You can only come up with so much. Billy can only come up with so many different scenarios and ideas. It's everybody else that uses this software that helps form it and progress it to the next level to make it that much more better for everybody.
Yeah, I get more excited.
One person can come up with everything.
Yeah, I get more excited with the user inputs because Robert's like, oh wait, I'm like, where did this come from? Another user, I'm like, oh my god, this is crazy. I get more excited over other people's stuff than the one I'm doing. The one I'm doing, it's just like, oh my god, this is, let's try to make it a little easier, but it's nothing groundbreaking. Like when the colors came out, oh my god, how do you do this? I'm like, this is super cool. And Robert said to me, he goes, you know what? We would have probably come up with this 6 months from now, but guess what? We get it now because of a user. And this is not my app, not Robert's app. It's everyone's app that makes it better. And it didn't get this way because of just me and Robert and our ideas. It's everybody. And guess what? Leopard geckos, crested geckos, bearded dragons, all different types of snakes, cats, dogs. Somebody's using it for vehicles. It's amazing. It's really incredible what this does and where we can take it and how it's evolving. And, I'm proud to be a part of it in any way. But I love this, man. Like it has saved me so much time, and it's made me do things better and be more efficient and know where I'm at. And it's just incredible every way. And it just keeps getting better and better.
To touch on that too, is that I had discussions with a really big breeder, and I'm never going to say a name, and it wasn't Billy, before Billy and I ever discussed it. And this breeder is very close to his chest on a lot of the things that he does. And he said to me, you know what happens if I come up with a really great idea and I tell you that everybody's going to get it? And I said, that's kind of the point, right? Yeah. We're programmers. We're going to figure it out eventually. Somebody's going to come to us and add. Nothing is unique about what you're going to want to do. Nothing is going to be unique about what you want to do. So we took that stance from the beginning that everything that we do is going to be for everybody. The only difference between who gets what is the amount of data that's going to take and the amount of management that we're going to have to invest in that tier level. That's it, right? Everything else, the commercial users get everything unlimited, and that's it, right? Breeders get everything unlimited except for the number of animals. I think it's 500 or something, which is a huge number.
Yeah, it's just everything's animal number based as far as the tiers go.
Exactly. And a little bit about the some of the data that's coming in with the sensor push and spider web and stuff like that. But yeah, we literally, if we can improve the guy that has, the husbandry for the guy that has 10 snakes or the guy that has 2,000, with the same keystrokes, that's what we're going to do, right? At the end of the day, we want it to be encompassing for everyone.
Hey, Jeremy, check your private chat. I left you a link to my mutation creation store.
Okay.
It'll also show you so you see how there's my store, what it looks like. If you go to the top right, you'll see home incubator.
Yep.
So I get to choose what I want to show. So I can put this on. Have you gone over this yet, Robert?
No, we looked at the internal incubator, but this is, and I had mentioned that this is the new public display where your users can also come to this page and click the little question mark in
the pink question mark at the top on any one,
and get on your wait list, right?
This is what we're diving in. I wanted to know about some of this stuff, so this is good.
So now go to the very bottom too, because these are all hats. Go to the bottom. Look at the timelines now.
Okay.
It's a countdown. It's just amazing. And if I don't want to put a clutch on, I don't have to show it. So it keeps some of those private clutches if I want. And, there's an estimated time. You can do that. Now go back up to the top and go to the very right of that and hit birthing records. This is something that's new and coming out at the top.
Oh, here. Okay.
So now see how you can go to 2021 and 2022.
A few in there.
Yeah. So now if you go in, okay, keep scrolling down. Okay, now see, stop. Now see where it says results? Click results.
Oh.
And then you can click the photo of the animal and it brings it up. And then you get back out. But I'm trying to get this done too. I'm in beta mode, so I'm trying to do a lot of this stuff. But now there's your birthing record. You got the parents. We're going to be doing stuff where we can actually have pictures of the clutch, pictures of the female on eggs, the parents, whatever you want to add, and then all the genetics. And this is populated. I can do one of these. Once everything's done, I can make one of these 30 seconds.
Oh, wow. So this is revolutionary, guys.
It's incredible. And what Robert's plans are and to do how to take this, and it's just amazing. But
But this came from
nuts.
Corey Woods has birthing records on his page. Ralph Davies had birthing records forever on his page. So you can go back historically and look at stuff that Davies was working on 15 years ago and what the results were of his clutches, right? And that kind of information is to me, it's vital on what you've done in the past. And I think as a business model, it shows a lot if you're sharing this kind of stuff with your customers and showing where you've been and where you're going and what you're doing. I think it's invaluable.
See, and especially if somebody makes something that says, "Hey, Billy, I bought this animal." Happens all the time. I bought this animal 2 years ago. I don't know what this is, but it doesn't look like it came from the right pairing. And you look, oh, wow. You can go back and see where the lineage is and you can track it. Wow. So that means this had to be this. And then you can start looking to prove it out on your end and then trace all the lineage and the babies from those pairings and the stuff moving forward. Pretty cool. Or even send an email out. Hey, everybody, you bought an animal from Clutch 167. Somebody proved out, or I proved out 2 years later that it was 100% het albino. So now all your animals are your two animals you bought from that clutch are 50%. So it's just amazing.
Because that was one thing I wanted to go through was like the whole store thing, the wait list thing, because I was looking at that. I was like, well, how does, so here, I'll share my screen again. I'll show everybody kind of, hold on here. Let me get out of Billy's thing here. All right. Let me go to commerce. Like here's like the store thing, which obviously I don't have a store set up yet because I didn't know what exactly to do with it, how to implement it or anything.
It's a free website for you, basically.
Yeah.
Super easy. Everything in. That's how you set it up.
Go back to commerce. Go back to commerce and then go to waitlist. Commerce, waitlist at the bottom. Yep. So anybody that clicked on the pink heart on one of your likes, it'll say their name, email, message. It gives you the clutch number and the request, the dated, and now you can respond. I mean, it is phenomenal.
You can also add them manually here too if you just want to use it internally, right? If you just want to keep your wait list.
Yeah. So if somebody calls you in there, you've always got it.
Well, now here's my next question. Since that is all public, and you create this website and everything, or so-called website, is that like a link I could say put in the description of like all these YouTube videos? Hey, if you want to see what's coming up or any of that, check out the store. Here's the link. They can click on it. It takes you
the link
into
I sent you.
Yeah, the link Billy gave you, that's his public link.
Okay, so
you can show that to anyone.
I can put that on Instagram saying, "Hey guys, just dropped 20 more animals on my Husbandry Pro store." Click the link. They click it. They go there. Facebook. You know how you can't have anything for sale or prices on Facebook? Hey guys, animals. Well, you don't want to put for sale, but hey guys,
animals just dropped.
have some new animals posted. Take a look. Click the link. Brings you to my store, and on the store it gives them my store name, gives them my address, my phone number, my Facebook link, my social media links, Instagram, my website, everything. And don't forget, when they inquire on one of your animals, it actually has its own email system. So when I look at my email, it says Husbandry Pro as the subject, and then the inquiry. Got my own emailing system.
So,
and I know where it came from. It came from Husbandry Pro, where other people message you. It's like, hey, Baba, I don't know if they saw me on Instagram. They're just sending me something to info@Mutation Creation. I have no idea how they know who I'm. I'm telling you, Robert's crossed his T's and dotted the I's, and
Robert,
he's going to do some other shit to other vowels too. I'm just waiting for it. It's just, and the thing is a lot of this stuff is, his expertise in his field and what he does with all of our suggestions of what we want. I mean, half this stuff, I don't even know how to use it because I didn't create it, or neither did Robert. He's working away and doing it. And I got to figure it out after, or watch a video, or, what? Like I've learned some stuff today about that grouping thing. I'm like, oh my God, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know there was a group. I just do racks. I didn't do cages and groups. So I've learned something already, and I'm on it 6 hours a day.
So, Robert, if I could ask, with that website, is there, and it sounds like you're already going in this direction, but is there a way to embed that into an existing site? I know you're looking to build something, but is there a seamless way to put that information?
We don't want Mark Market.
Yeah. So my company's developed tons of plugins for, OpenCard and WordPress and everything else.
Yeah.
We could go into the API route and offer that kind of thing. It's probably somewhere we won't go, because the only way you could really do it is in an iframe, and iframes are, 1980s, right? or 2000s, I guess. So that would kind of be the only way to do it right now easily. And I think the tech support, if we were starting to get into building the APIs, is probably more, it's probably not worth it for us to get into that.
So we're better off still just putting a link on the site that opens up even a new window that shows this part of the site or something.
Exactly, right. Like, I think Billy has 2 links on his website. One goes to Husbandry Pro that shows his lower end animals in Canada, I think. And then the Morph Market link goes to everything else, right, that can be sold into the US, right? So I think that's how he has it split up. So kind of the same thing, right? Is like, and the other thing is that people don't realize that we've done is we've even embedded into those pages that are an animal detail page. We've embedded all the Facebook, code that gets pulled up as the description and the photo and all that kind of stuff. So when you share that page on Facebook, it'll pull up the picture of the animal and a description and everything else properly without the price. We've omitted that because if you're posting to Facebook, you never want a price. It doesn't even say it's for sale. It just shows a picture, the description of the animal, and the animal ID. And then people could click on that and go to your Facebook page. Because let's face it, at the end of the day, a lot of the reason we do a lot of that public stuff is to get your customers coming to Husbandry Pro and hopefully using it one day also, right? We want the traffic coming to us, right? Yes. It's really what we want to do. We want to get our name in front of as many people as possible. Sure.
Well, I like the thought with how you just said on how Billy's got his stuff kind of half set up, where he's got some stuff on Morph Market. Because, Billy, you've said it before, and I agree 110%. If you don't have a Morph Market, you're nuts if you're in this industry. But it's also really nice, though, that the stuff, like for you being up in Canada, the stuff that's more, I want to say that's not worth the while of trying to ship it to the U.S., that you have it on the Husbandry Pro store, because that just makes it just makes too much sense in my opinion.
But at the end of the day, everything is still inside the platform, right? Yep. And you can export your Morph Market list and import it into Morph Market.
So that's my next question. I'm actually curious, Billy, is that how you do your Morph Market?
I used to, but it's like we don't. We're always so busy. We're lucky to even put fucking animals on Morph Market. Like, it's like Justin's, Thursday, or now it's Friday. Friday drop. Shit, man. It'd be like, oh my God, it's Friday today. We gotta drop shit. Yeah, we're dropping everything else but the animals. Like, so we're not that well-oiled machine type thing. We're basically like, okay, shit, we got some animals that are of size right now. We can ship them in the next, once they get another meal or two. Let's take some pictures. Now we've got them where all the animals are already on Husbandry Pro. So now we don't have to take pictures. So now
you have your staff getting pictures every time you create animals, add animals at that time.
We try. So everything for sale. So now one of the reasons being is, if you notice some of those, when you look at my my animal, what's it called? Hatchling. What do we call it now?
The birthing record?
Birthing record. Thank you. I'm thinking hatchling record. No, the birthing record. I have a lot of stuff that there's no pictures because I already sold them. So from now on, our routine is once we get them, we put them into the system. They're there for a good month or two getting food in them. I don't want to take them right out of the egg, because I want to get a couple meals in them. And then once we do that, we get them, right out of the incubator. We put them right into the system. couple meals, then we can take a picture. So before I sell an animal from now on, if it's sold, before it leaves, it takes a picture in the record. So now I have it, because I don't know how many times people have in the past, this animal was purchased from Mutation Creation in 2015. Hi, did this come from you? It fucking could have. Like, I produced those back in the day, but I don't have a photo catalog of them, So now I do. And here's the thing too, people, which we've done as well, probably because we have so many animals. After a show, when we come back, okay, I have, 2021-7-4. So 2021's the year, clutch number 7, animal number 4. I also have 2022, clutch 7, animal number 4. So when we're putting animals away, all of us, we get it. It's like late. We've been up all friggin' day. It's like, here you go. 7-4. Oh, there's 7-4. They put a 21 in a 20, or a 21 in the 22. And if the 22-7 sold, we won't realize it until down the road we go and we open up 22-7-4. We open it up and like, that's not a fucking orange dream yellow belly. What the fuck? And when we find out, oh, it's a 20, and that's too big to be a 20 fucking 2. Oh, we find out it's 20. We've done little mistakes like that, human error. Oh, let me just check on the picture. Nope, that's not it. That, we can find stuff like that. We have a record of the animal print of a photo, so we can say, nope, this is it. That's it. We can fix those little mistakes that have happened here and there. We always find it within a day or two, a couple days later or a week later when we feed. But at the time, we're just, here you go, take the animal out, put it away. Okay, cool, man. See you tomorrow. Get some sleep. Come on in at 10. Sleep in if you want, guys.
That's the kind of boss I want there. Sleep in if you want. It's okay.
So, taking these pictures are key. And then when I want to start being more professional and old school ways, because I think the paper system's coming back. Genetic testing, people doing their NIDO testing. You want to have a sort of a sheet for genetics or a bill of sale, and this paper stuff's coming back. So why not have old breeding records to be in your face? And knowing what's in your incubator, like old school, and if I have pictures of the of the animal that I'm selling with all the genetics, now we're going to be going through all the adults, because I want to have the adults, but I'm not doing them on the floor. I'm going to do them in their bin, because trying to take this animal on the floor, and I want to keep it in the bin. So all my hatchlings are going to be in on the floor where we take our pics, and the animals will be in their tubs on the cocoa. Now, when we send it, here you're going to see an animal, a male, the female on eggs, and all the birthing records, and whatever we want. So things that, and it's going to take us time to do that. Like, it's taken us a lot of time, but once it's done, guess what? It's done. Now I just click, send, click, send. It's so simple. And, it's something where I think somebody said it. It's a pain in the ass to get started. But think of it as breeding.
Do it though.
Think of it as breeding. You got to buy racks. You got to go buy babies. You got to feed them and clean them. But guess what? When time comes for breeding and you're doing this, holy shit! If I didn't do this, I wouldn't get this. Same mentality. Because I'm telling you, Husbandry Pro has been a game changer for me. Time saver. I know exactly. I can tell you right now what's for sale, what's not. I can tell you how many animals are being shipped to the United States as of today. I can tell you which ones still have money. I can tell everything from Husbandry Pro in seconds. Well, before I'd be like, where's that sheet? I think it's in this. I mean, I spent more time looking for shit than I did, punching the stuff in. So it's going to affect somebody differently, and people are going to utilize it differently. There's a lot of stuff. Like, I don't track my feedings. I have too many, but I'm going to start tracking the ones that didn't eat, because there's less of those. So I'm doing things a little different. I don't track urates, sheds. I don't need that. But guess what? If I wanted to, turn the button on. Fucking as simple as that. Like, It's incredible. And for me to be able to change stuff and move stuff around when I want, and it to me, it's incredible. And it's professional, I think. When people come over and they say, hi, do you have any pastel enchi yellow bellies for sale? Let me just check. Pastel enchi yellow belly female, boom. Oh, you have 26 of them. Nope, that's het this. Nope. I might be able to sell this one. That's in rack fucking, hold back 6, 13.2. I go to it. They're like, oh my God, this is incredible. It's professional. And I love it because it saves me time. I think it's over here. Hold on. Over here. Oh, open those bins too and help me. It looks like this. Like it's chaos, right? And for me, how I am, I mean, this is something that's really helped me immensely.
And I know but the one thing you had said, Billy, about like the NIDO testing records and you're just any piece of paper that you visually have, you can take a picture of that, folks, link it with that animal, because you can have multiple different photos for the animals, each animal. You can have that record be a picture.
Yeah. Jeremy, there's a better area.
There's actually a document storage now too. So you have every user has 5 gig, I think, of document storage. So you can go ahead and there's a little cloud button at the top of the animal list. You click that, then you can put up your vet receipts. You can put up whatever PDF files, things like that.
To the animals,
right? Attached right to that animal. So that's all there too. So your photos, they're, you could use photos, but it's, there is document storage too to add right to that animal. You can also make, and people don't realize this too, is that your animals, we give you a bunch of fields. You can make custom fields, right? So you can make custom drop downs. You can make custom text boxes, text areas, whatever you want. You can make that in the animal and then store that information. Like Billy said earlier, somebody put VIN. They made for the vehicles, right? So they're tracking, oil changes and they're tracking that kind of thing on their vehicle within the software because it's built. In my mind, when we said, when I said I'm going to design this thing, it's got to be for rats and ferrets and reptiles. Just because I'm a reptile guy does not mean I'm the only guy that can use it. Right. And then, ideas of grandeur back in the day that I had, let's do this for farms, right? We don't have the time, right? Because it's gotten so, so initially Husbandry Pro was built for every kind of animal. But because of my history of reptiles, that's how it started. We've just still been on that path. One day that path may verge off, right, to other animals more. But right now you can still use it for everything, right? Even cars.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, even the the post activities, I can make my own activity. One activity that I made and I have on when I scan an animal, it's under other, because I don't use it as much. So I have my 5 primaries, and then I have, I think, 7 or 8 others. And one of them that I made, I went into activity, created a new activity called Da Vinci Boa Supplement.
I did too.
Yeah. And then what I do is now we scan, and right now we scan the animal, activity, other, Da Vinci Supplement, enter. So we track that. When we have the NFCs, bulk scan all around, because we're not doing a rack. We're doing 2 here, 3 here, 1 here, 6 in the other room. Now I just go tap, 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 tap. The ones we did, submit, bam, instead of, 1 at a time. But, even 1 at a time, what's an extra 10, 15 minutes to document everything and have it for life? It's amazing. Like, people, it's a lot of work. Everything we fucking do, if you're doing it right, is work. Social media, messaging, customer service, animal care, buying, thinking. Like, this is a lot of work at first, and then it helps make everything like, I don't know where I'd be without it. Like, we'd be still looking for pieces of paper. Where the fuck is it, Austin? I don't know. I thought you had it last. Like, it's crazy. And you know what the funny thing is? I don't know about you guys, but here's my breeding plan. Cool. Well, this animal's ready. He's not. Scratch that out. Circle. Draw an arrow here. We have all this different changes, and probably rewrite that paper with all the X's and circles and arrows down to another male and back and forth. It looks like chaos. Now we just go in, change this, delete, hide, enter, save, professional, just like this. It is incredible what it has done and saved.
That's actually, I was going to say, Jeremy, to bring this up because I will
this
say
is one topic I wanted to cover big
the
too.
breeding plan, this area is by far one of the most useful. Not only, just like Billy said, you don't build the breeding plan in 5 minutes. It's like a work in progress. So having this area where you can, months, you may change it up, you may do things, and then being able to come in here and see every pairing, every time copulation when they lock, ovulations. I use it a lot, just the follicle size to know when girls, you're ultrasounding every 30 days, man, just to be able to see who's ready to go and who isn't in a blink of an eye is amazing.
Can I share something, Robert, that's on mine right now? That's going to be on theirs. That's going to sort of blow them away.
Yeah, we touched on it in the beginning.
Oh, did you? Okay. So you know about the genetic thing that's going to be beside every female, right?
Yeah, can't wait.
It's crazy.
I'm excited.
All you do is go hit the button and it already has the genetic. I thought I'd have to click it and add stuff in. No, you just click it. It was like, oh, Robert's got this button here. What does it do? And I clicked it, figuring out how to have to type shit in. It just gave me I'm like, how are the genetics in here? Oh, I guess because he knows the male and female. And we also tested because I had a female on several males. We tested it. And you hit the, because someone says, well, if that ivory is going to 4 different males, and you click it, how does it know which male? It's because it's already attached and linked to this male. This ivory is attached to another female. You just click it, all the genetics. And I was just like, wow. I think for about an hour, I was just staring at the screen, hitting buttons going, wow.
That was one of my questions. So multi-sire clutches, it's going to handle that.
Yeah. So what happens is if you have a male and you have a female, as soon as you add a female to another male, regardless where the female is on the list, you're going to have a number 2. Or if it's the 3, it'll be a 3. You touch that number 2 or the number 3, it actually populates. Yep. Do you have one?
Yeah, I've got, I think, 2 of them. Right here, if you look at my Peter Leopard, which is, he's a first-year male. I threw him to my pastel banana, which he's number 3.
So touch the 3.
And then there it comes up with all the other males that got thrown in with Vero. So that's a really nice feature.
I didn't even know that was there.
Awesome. I mean, it is pretty cool.
Somebody asked for it. I guess we put it in quick.
Yeah, it is awesome. And the funny thing is,
I didn't take notice to that, but that is nice.
That's great. Robert had a look on his face like, what is he about to show me?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
because I don't use that. I've never used it.
Yeah, so I mean, there's so much cool stuff, and I like when the female, when she basically, I have it. I believe it's in general settings. When the female, when you hit reproduction, it basically, I have it where it automatically hides her or takes her off of the breeding plan.
Oh, okay.
So when you go through, because I have, 200 pairings, when you go through, the last thing I want to do is go through and see animals that don't need to be on the breeding plan anymore. So I go on there. I think if you go down, I believe it's under general. And it says hide. Oh, there it is. No, automatically hide animals on breeding. No. Current weight. There's somewhere in it where it takes the female off once she lays.
There's the eye that you click and it takes it off.
No, but does it not take it off automatically? I thought it might not have. I might not.
Automatically.
That happens.
Yeah,
it also sets the female back to 0.
Yeah.
I know it puts the female back to 0 for follicle size and all that.
Right. Yeah, I didn't want to do anything.
Get on that. It's a feature. Get on it.
Yeah. No, automatic. You know what? I love automatic things to make people's lives easier, but I don't want to force something like that because I personally wouldn't want my female, because my collection's small, right? I wouldn't want my females dropping off that breeding plan. I want to be able to go back 2 years and take a look at the breeding plan and see all my females.
Well, I thought it automatically went to hide, because what I do is I go through and hide them,
right.
because
You
when
hit
I'm
the
going,
eye.
because when I'm going through, I thought it automatically went to hide. It did. My bad.
Yeah,
But
so there's a button. Yeah, there's a button to hide the female or the male, and then there's also a button that says show everybody, regardless of what that eye has done. Right.
Yeah.
So I think we did that for one of our German users, that they wanted to hide that stuff. So we hide it, and then
exclusive snakes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, it's a great feature to hide, because when I start off doing 200, 250 pairings, it looks great. But then when I only have 20 pairings left to do, scroll. No,
so you guys scroll to find that.
Yeah. So I just hide them. So it, there's no reason to be visually on my breeding list when I go to pair every month. Instead of going through 300 or 200, 250 pairings, I only have to find the 20 that are still on there because they're not hidden. But I mean, little tiny things like that make a huge difference from scrolling. And, you ask, and Robert tries to, he'll ask me, like, why do you want that? And, he wants to understand what your end goal is, so he knows how to process it. And if he thinks it's worthwhile, he does it, and it benefits all of us. And I mean, it's great.
It does. I can't tell you guys how much I've learned just tonight. Like, this is nuts.
Like, do you know when you pair an animal? Okay. So when you go in and you scan a female, hit pairing, it automatically puts the male that's in the breeding already there. And then underneath it says, do you want a reminder?
I use it all the time.
I love that
28
feature.
days. And then guess what? It's so cool how something so silly like that, little tiny things, makes me so excited because it saves so much. And like, what did I do last month? And you're searching, highlighting buttons to make sure it's the right one. Now it tells you, and if it's the last lock because she's over, 26, 28, it's the last lock, you just go and turn that off because you don't need a reminder again because she's gravid pretty much. So little things like that, man, just by a turn on, turn off, click save. It's incredible what it does. And I keep finding stuff daily where it blows my mind.
So there's two questions.
Here's the reminder section he's talking about, everybody. Like, here it shows you, reminds you of your feedings. And then in messages, if our group chat would stop going off, that's where you would get your pairing reminders and all that stuff in the message section.
So there's a couple questions. You want me to just hit these two real quick here?
Yeah, go ahead. When I'm in that other screen, I can't see what's going on in the chat and everything.
So there's one that says, is there a way breeding plans to see animals that aren't in a breeding plan? No, I know somebody asked me about that just the other day. We're actually going to be adding a little bit more to all the female panel that shows what breeding plans they've been in over the years and who their last pairing was. We'll also do a report and display who isn't in a breeding plan. I'm just making a note of that right now. And another question here, Robert, let's go work into QuickBooks. So we are QuickBooks certified, my company is. So we do a lot of QuickBooks API stuff. So if I had enough people ask to be able to put the invoices into QuickBooks and things like that, we would, because that's not hard to do.
Hey, Robert.
Yeah.
Can you put can you put QuickBooks into anybody else? Anyone else use QuickBooks?
Could I please make that vote as well?
We'll go ahead and allow you to, push your invoices into QuickBooks. Because really all you want to really do is push. You can push your customers in and you push your invoices in and stuff like that. I have no problem doing that at all. And it will be happening eventually for sure, just because we can. That's fairly easy to do. And that just takes us, helps out the business end of things that we're working on too. So those were the two questions I think I saw there.
There's one other that just popped in there about boa genetics.
Yeah,
and I've seen a couple people ask about genetics for other animals and if you have or planning to add them.
Yeah. So genetics were not super important to us in the beginning because you can add your own genetics, right? So we were like, you know what, we'll get the basic genetic tables in for, all these animals, and then we'll worry about everything else later. We weren't concerned. But with the genetic calculator coming out, I've assigned one of my guys to get all the genetic tables updated. So ball pythons should be completely updated now. We just added reticulated pythons. I've got a good friend, Daryl Nagy, who is a breeder up here in Canada. He's going to be working on the boa genetics for me. So those will happen. I believe they're in there now. They're just not probably updated in a year and a half, 2 years probably. So all those genetic tables are in there. But let's also not forget that you can add your own genetic, right? So you can add your own genetic table. You can add your own. Okay, so carpets aren't in there. We can add, especially with like a carpet python. How many different genetics are there? 20 maybe?
Yeah, there's not a whole lot that there. Like you said, I mean, I just made, I just added in what I needed to add in.
So the only problem we have, and this is going to be a caveat when we release the genetic calculator.
What do you do with everybody's made up ones?
So you're going to have to switch them to the stock one, but maybe not, because if you've put them in correctly, if you've put in baby gene as recessive, it'll handle that because it knows it's recessive. What it will not handle, though, is genes, right? So if they're part of a complex, right now with our genetic calculators, if you put in a super yellow belly and you try to add an asphalt to it, it won't let you, right? Because you cannot have 3 copies of that onto, in the animal. So we don't allow certain things to happen. When you put, cinnamon to cinnamon, we're going to warn you in the result, if it's a super cinnamon, that it may have kinking problems and ductile. So we've put those things into the genetic calculator for ball pythons so far. If you've used your custom genetics, it's not going to handle that kind of stuff as well as we will handle that kind of stuff. Because there are going to be some things where we literally have to hard code it in to say, in this gene, let's do something special with that, right? We've handled all the complexes that, are groups, fine. But if you've got your customs in, it'll work with recessives, incomplete doms, and dominance. When it comes to other and line bred, we're going to spit that stuff out as possible. So like bearded dragons have a lot of the polygenic, I guess it's called. So when you spit that out, we have to, like if you're breeding a yellow to a red, we're going to have to spit that out as pos red, pos yellow, just because it's not a gene, right? It's a line bred kind of thing, right? So there are going to be some things like that where it won't be able to handle some things, but there's going to be some other things where it'll handle it fine. So we're going to just get everybody. I noticed the other day, unfortunately, that there are a ton of made up genetics in the system, right? I guess when people were adding, they would hit the plus button right away and add a genetic instead of start typing the genetic and have it pull out of our list. So I think a fair amount of people have put in their genetics as custom genetics. As long as they've put in, that it's recessive, it'll work. It's the ones that are, allelic and things like that they're going to have a problem with. So we're going to warn everybody, genetic calculators do work. If you're going to be using your own animals, because in the genetic calculator, we have a couple different ways to do it. You can type in, like every other genetic calculator, the genes you want in your male and your female and hit submit, and away it goes and makes the list. Or you can select your male and it'll populate the genetic field, right? So you could say, this is my male and this is my female. What am I getting? Bam, it comes out. So there's a couple ways to do
Robert,
that.
this is the best thing ever.
Well, and I'll tell you the truth. It's I understand basic genetics like everybody else, but when you're getting into 6 genes in this animal, 5 genes, and how do you programmatically get your results? So what we've also done is I had this discussion with Billy. Hey, Billy, test out the genetic calculator we wrote and ignore the Punnett square and ignore the legend, right? And he's like, well, let's show this, right? So it takes it a little step further with our genetic calculators is we're going to spit out the results, but then there's going to be 2 buttons too. One, you can click the legend to see how we assigned to make the Punnett square, and we're going to show you the Punnett square, right? So somebody asked me the other day, can it handle more than 10 genes? it can handle 26 distinct genes. You hit submit on one that has 10 and 10. It takes some time to build your chart, and it's 1 in 500 is your result, right? But we can handle it that large and we'll show it to you. We'll show it to you in a Punnett Square, right, on how we got those results. So you can double check our math to make sure that the result is there. But you know, at the end of the day, the genetic calculator is something that in the beginning, I just couldn't wrap my head around it with everything else we had going on. People asked for it from day one, right? And my answer was, there's a lot of genetic calculators out there. Why do we want to recreate the wheel? I'm cool with you going to Morph Market and, you know, John's site and punching it up there. You're going there anyway, right? Or World of Ball Pythons or wherever you're going, right? So we didn't want to have to curate a gene list. But we've gotten to the point where, you know, staff permits and time permits that we can actually keep those things updated. And it's an integral part of our system going forward. The genetic calculator will be huge.
Hope you've upgraded your servers prior to this.
So yeah, server costs were $100 a month when we started. $700 now, I think, is what it is. But yeah, we're
just Billy alone trying to mark 2,000 animals at a time, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, I've got the servers on my screen all the time on one of my monitors. So yeah, we're watching that.
Billy's running red hot. He got 2 fans on either side.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I love everything about it. I go in, and when I do have extra time, I start looking at different things. And you know, when I had time when I was in Europe, I actually went and saw the suggestion board, and wow, you can give thumbs up and comments on it. And I mean, it's pretty super cool. And Robert has where we're at, what's coming, what's been fixed, what they're working on. I just love the you know, it's like everything I do. It's here it is. This is where we're at. This is what we're not doing. This is what we're doing. You know, this is what we would like to do. And you know, here it is. It's not like, yeah, we're working on it. Meanwhile, we're not. And it's nice, simple, easy. It's all there in front of you. And, you know, I've had so many people through lives, through messages, even in person, go, man, like, I love Husbandry Pro. I put a ticket into Robert, and fucking 2 days later it was there. I couldn't believe how fast. Others take, you know, longer, obviously, depending on what they ask. But they're so happy to use a product and put a comment in to fix it or make it better or easier for them or something. And it's such an amazing thing when the company listens. And now it's like, wow. And you know, it's awesome to be a part of something like that. And I think that's one thing that I love about it too. And, you know, like Robert and I said earlier, without you guys, this thing would probably be back a year or two. Like it's evolved because of you guys. And I hope it continues that way. And it just keeps getting better. I mean, you know, it's like, I don't know how this can get any better. And it's like, wow, look at this. It's so cool.
So there's 3 questions here, guys. I'll just hit them real quick here. Somebody said, Robert, it's going to be interesting with the lions and lizards. If anybody does bearded dragons or leopard geckos and can give me a hand testing, fire an email off to robert@husbandry.pro. You know, I keep bearded, 2 bearded dragons, 0 and hypo, and that's it, right? So I don't know a lot about how these things, I'm just going to have to learn more when it comes to that. If anybody has any help there, that would be great. Somebody asked, can you add a custom genetic to an allelic group? Yes, we will be able to. Today you can't, but when we do that, or when we get there, we will do it. But I probably want to encourage people, if it's a real gene, tell us about it. If it's on Morph Market or on World of Ball Pythons for ball pythons, we'll add it. That's all you need to point us to the page. If it's for another animal, I just need something to show that it's not bogus, right? That it's a real thing. And we'll add it to the stock genetic table. And then, is there much difference between the web and the app versions? So there's no difference between the web and the app versions. The app
is a web version.
There you go. Yeah.
You know what it does? It shows the web version. So that's the way we're able to push out an update. When we push out an update, it's super easy to push out an update on the web. So when we push out an update on the web, it's on the phone right away. It's on the app right away. having said that, there are things within the app that take over that the web doesn't have. So like the web version, you can actually just go, you can in Chrome or whatever, you can go to Husbandry Pro and log in, and it will work very similar to the app, and it'll have a JavaScript camera. But what we do things in the app is we take over some of the heavy lifting that would happen. So like the camera is actually the one built into the phone. So we say, hey, let's not use our internal one. You can actually turn that on and off too, if you prefer the ones that the web has. But we make the phone take over for some of the heavy lifting stuff. Similar to, push notifications are obviously built into the app part of it. So it's really just kind of a shell app with some really cool features that display the web, which makes it so we can, if there's a bug, we can fix that tomorrow. I know in the past, if there were other apps that did that, namely the guys that have been around for 10, 12 years, you're going to get an update every 6 months, right, to what's going on. With us, literally, there are 2 to 3 updates. There's a couple bug fixes every day probably, or changes, little changes. And then there's big features every week that we bring out. And the way our process works is, I do the design. Me and the guys, the developers do the actual changes. They put it into my account and Billy's account in debug mode, and my staff tests it. And then we have beta testers, and if anybody really wants to get in on the beta testing, we have some space that if you want to get involved, Nathan, just fire me off an email, we'll get you in. And then if you want to get into that, then we have a beta list that we have a forum that I say, okay, here's the next thing that has passed my thumbs up, and now you kick the tires for a while, and then if I get no negative feedback after a couple days, we turn it live, right? And that's how our development works. It's that fast that we don't need to go through. Yeah. Like if it's a change that's not going to affect data, sometimes it doesn't even go to the beta tester, right? If it's I need a switch here that does this, and if it does it, we push it live. And that can be, from my decision to the time it's pushed live could be 2 hours, right? From when I decide to put it in to have it pushed live. Some other things that may affect data and functionality and things like that, I like to get some other eyes on it before it goes. But I think our speed and that was important too in the beginning, because I've seen, so many apps go out and they're buggy and they have a problem getting an update and things like that. You'll take a look at our apps. I think we've only had 5 versions come out on the apps, but I think the website's been updated. I know the website's been updated literally every day over the last 2 years, right? Or the platform, I like to call it, because it's not just a website, right? So, yeah. So yeah, I think we're really quick on all that kind of stuff, and the app and the web are the same thing. So you use it whichever way you prefer.
419 Morphs has a question. And like I said, this is good because I don't know much about Clutch either. I don't know if anyone else has had it. The only thing I know about Clutch is when we were in Europe in the morning, I'm at the table and I have Husbandry Pro open. Justin sits down beside me, pulls his laptop up. He had Clutch. I went this and looked at his. He looked over at mine, had coffee, and we just went to work. I don't know. I believe it's just for ball pythons. I don't believe it's for other animals or species. I don't think you can scan. I don't think there's NFCs. I don't think you can track. I'm not really sure.
My understanding is you're right. It does not do anything activity based. Right. It is basically, my understanding is it's basically exactly what you're about to fully launch with the genetics. Some of that you already have, the incubator thing that you can have online, and I think the interface between Morph Market. I mean, I think that's what it is.
At the end of the day, it's only going to be good for the industry, right? Awareness and
options, right?
So yeah, it's looking forward to it for sure, and hopefully it teaches us some things too to do better, right? So we're no experts in AI design at all or UX design. But we're trying. We recognize the places that we can do better, for sure.
Let's see, the way Nathan and I had talked about that a little while ago too, on how Clutch was doing some of the same things, but not exactly everything that Husbandry Pro does do already.
Yeah,
It's almost like the breeding plan section of Husbandry Pro is what their focus is.
Yeah.
And I mean, we've got don't we have a lineage tree?
So we do lineage too. That
In
you
the works?
you add your male, you add your female, or if you created your babies from clutches that you had in the platform, it will automatically do all that kind of stuff, and you can print out the family tree and that kind of thing, and you know, if there's any improvements. And you know what, I think people really need to also know that, you know, the breeding plan is the first iteration of the breeding plan. This, you know, that's exactly how it was in my mind before we launched it. I said, this is how I envision it working. And I don't have, you know, 10 reptile guys sitting around me discussing what the best practice is or how it should look or how it should operate or anything. So I basically come up with this. That's the first iteration. I haven't had a complaint yet about how that functions, right? But we're always open to hearing, hey, it would be better if it was this way, and because I don't know how the table is preferred to be set up. To me, this is the way I think it should work, right? So we're always open to you know, anybody that also has some, you know, UI design ideas or anything like that, any of that kind of functionality changes or look and feel, we're always open to hearing of, you know, how you would like to see it. Just like our tile version of, if you can open yours up, your animal list. I don't love our tile version of it because I think it's a large picture. Jeremy, if you can pull up your screen there.
Certainly.
So if you go to your animal list.
Yep.
And hit list, and then hit go to the table view at the top there.
Top right.
Top right. Table view.
Change that to grid. Grid view. Oh, you're on table. So
you're on table.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't love it.
Hold on a second. You can do this?
What the hell? I didn't know this existed.
I knew the tile and the other one on the incubator did. I gotta start looking at shit. Oh my god, this is so cool than looking at.
You and Robert make a great team, Billy. I gotta say.
Well, like I said, I mean, I'm not there, you know, telling Robert what to do, and he's not telling me to do this. We do both things, and we interact, and you know, I'm just you know, a part owner and 100%. I'm a 30% owner and 100% user, and I love it.
Right.
You know, and I think that's why we're great. But
he's the pitch man for sure.
Wow, man, I didn't even know you could do that.
So I don't love this screen. And you know what? When I was taking a look at John's genetics the other day, right on Morph Market, I was seeing these nice little tiles that were like kind of a square rectangle. So we're gonna play with that kind of stuff and say, you know what, does this look a little better? Does this, you know, what makes sense? But this is just, you know, me from my classified ad days, right? Coming up with how, you know, somebody said, can I look at picture view of it? Right. And I said, okay, well, the only thing that makes sense to me is showing you a square picture with the data underneath. But there's 10 other ways to do this, right? So we're going to always try to improve on these little things that you know, this is how I envisioned it. That's it. Right? Nobody else has said, "Hey, let's do it another way."
Jeremy, can you put your mouse over the picture, a picture? Oh, cool! So you don't have to click on it to go into it. You just
well, you do. Those are the quick.
Super cool. I love it.
I do like it like this. So I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's new to me. I have to function and see how it functions. But oh my god, it's
so. Here's something that people don't understand. If you go and click in the search for anything.
Oh, okay.
Top there. No, open that back up again. Yeah. So where it says search for everything, yeah, you probably want to open your menu back up. So click that.
Yeah, open menu.
There you go. Oh, yeah. No. Click the top.
I'm all screwed up.
Oh, okay, so now you've made it small too. That's okay. Anyway, so if you go to search, there you go. So click where it says search for anything.
Search field to the right.
Beside it. Yeah, right there.
No,
go back on the word search. Go back on the word search. Yes.
Middle of the page, Jeremy.
Move over an inch.
Oh, here.
No.
Yes.
No, up.
No, above where it says search for anything. Go to there and put down. Yes.
There, click right there. So
Oh,
now start typing pied. I don't know if you have any pied.
Yep.
Okay, there you go. So what it's going to do, without hitting enter. But if you don't hit enter, right, start typing something else. It'll show you the animals. Sometimes it shows you where they are on the breeding plan. So once you click that, it'll take you to that area of the site, right? Wherever any of these. So it's kind of a quick search anywhere in the platform. Just a bit of navigation that people probably don't even realize is there.
Yeah, no. So you can go to the actual animal. Because it had incubation and it also has, so it takes you to anything there and anything throughout the platform. Oh my God.
And it should be there unless you have too many results, right? It's only going to show, you got to drill down a little bit. We don't want to show 1,000 different results, right? But yeah, so that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of that kind of stuff that, I don't think people even understand is there. You know how to change your colors, right?
I get to play tomorrow with my coffee.
I'm
not going to lie. I thought the search for anything was that button.
That's to close your menus. So click on your profile. Do you know about this? Click on your profile photo. Top right.
Hold on, your profile.
Top right corner. Top right corner, your logo.
And then go to layout settings.
Layout.
Or if you go to, you can make it night and dark.
Go down to the bottom.
I know this one.
I'm on dark, so click dark.
Oh my.
I like dark. Yeah, that looks a lot nicer.
See, you can change your color, for your theme.
Change the way your menu. I've seen some people use the menu at the top. That one freaks me out.
Yeah, I don't like it at the top.
If you scroll up, there's a menu at the top button that really messes with things. Top navigation. Turn that one on.
Wait. Oh, there.
Yeah, I hate this one.
Oh wow, that is.
Oh yeah, some people love it though.
Yeah, I can't.
Really bother me that much.
So, but I mean, see how it's so you can do anything you want and manipulate this, and it's just so cool. I love it.
See, I think I'm more ballsy trying it here because if I screw something up, Robert can fix it for me.
we take a backup offline every 3 hours too. So if anything ever happens, we've got, we keep backups for 6 months. Every 3 hours, right? Full backups, right? So anytime, we've had people, we had a guy that he said he's missing an animal, and apparently one of his staff deleted it more than 3 months ago. So we don't, when you delete something in the system, an animal, we flag it for deletion, and then we have what's called a cron job that cleans it out after 30 days. Just because some people make mistakes and they realize after a couple days that they want it back, we can actually just flip it back on. But we also take a back, but after 30 days, it's gone for good. We take a backup. We could go back and pull something if it was that important for somebody. We've done it before. But those are the kind of things that we do to make sure, the other thing is, if your account expires tomorrow, we don't limit you from your data. Your data is your data. You can always log in and see it or export it, right? It's not our data, right? So, if you're not paying and you want to come back in a year and go ahead and export your data, you can go ahead and do that. So, we're committed. We may change that and say, after a year and you haven't been logged in, we're going to purge, but we're going to give you a lot of warnings ahead of time. It's we don't hold anybody hostage or anything else.
I'll answer John.
John,
no, not at all. No, not at all. Male, 4-year-old, 5-year-old, 6-year-old. I've got 6, 7-year-old breeders. And I've even sold some, most of my males, I breed for 3-4 years. And then, I pass them off or sell them to somebody else to breed. And you're not going to have an issue, especially if your female's of size. You just got to look for the signs to know when the females are ready to breed. But it is quite easy. And, a lot of us think it's hard, especially when it's new territory. It's, oh my God, I don't know. Am I doing it right? And, guess yourself and, you just do it. Mother Nature takes its course and you should have a good outcome. So,
hey, if I could interrupt, Hyperspace has a question, and I honestly had this happen a week ago, and I was wondering the same thing. So, Robert,
what a fucking good question.
My chicken scratch is written down already. So undo button coming.
Undo last action.
You know what you should do? Like, you know how sometimes you have to go back and then back a few more times? Undo.
History. Yeah, no, I don't think we'll go that far. Undo last, yeah. We'll get it done. Yeah.
Cool.
Glenn wants to know about how much does it cost. Glenn, there's different tiers, so you basically select what tier you want to go with at that time, and when you hit that animal cap, then it lets you know, hey, you hit your max animals. It's time to upgrade if you want to keep going on.
Yeah, so
it's super affordable, dude. Super free.
$4 a month, $10. Okay, so there's Canadian and American dollars. Around $4 a month, $10 a month, $18 a month, and the highest tier I think is $40. So breeder gets everything at I think $18 a month.
Is it that much? Hold on, I don't even know if it is that much. Hold on.
I think I'm on. I think I had to upgrade to the $10.
I go to US.
Yeah.
Okay, and if it's monthly, not yearly, $4.09, so free. $4, $9, 18 and 39. So yeah, 40, 39.
Right. So, you know, most people are on, I think our biggest number is collectors who are on the up to 200 animals for $9 a month. And then our second largest is breeding. Right. But if you have less than 5 animals, it's free. So just sign up for that one. Yeah.
At what tier do the more advanced functions start to appear? Is it breeder?
Breeder. Breeder has everything.
Okay.
It has a cap on 500 animals, right? And we think 500 active. If you have more than 500 active animals, we don't think it's unreasonable to ask for $39 to have unlimited.
Because don't forget it, it's also used in cloud space, and you know, I mean, if the tech support and the customer service hasn't proved itself out over the last 2 years, never mind, you know, everything going back into the app. I mean, it's like, you know, when Robert first messaged me, or when I first, you know, talked to him, and he messaged me back saying, hey, I think I have a number and I think I know what I want. This is, you know, I'm willing to give up 30% for this. Here's where we're at. Here's what it comes with. You have no voting shares, you know, but I know that, you know, I would reach out to you and stuff. So I don't have anything. If I want something done, if he doesn't want it, he doesn't have to listen to me. I signed a piece of paper. I don't have any voting rights, but I know who I'm working with. I know what he's capable of. I know what and I made it.
And if you call him enough times and nag him enough, maybe he'll listen, right?
Yeah. And then he also said, he goes, this here is like any app, any business. It's a startup. We don't want to have, here you go, that's what you get. It's too bad. You know, we were going to evolve this and change this. So, you know, we're going to put a lot of, you know, what we bring in over back into the make it better. And it's been over 2 years. And guess what? That's exactly what we've done. And fucking, it's gotten better.
You know, I've heard from the beginning, though, is that, you know, I would love to pay for it one time. You know, I've had big breeders say, you know what, I'll pay, you know, 2 years worth right now for, you know, forever access. And we've said no. We have one, you know, we have actually a contest out right now. I think it's finishes on Wednesday. I think the first is when we're doing the drawing for a lifetime membership. It's the only one we're giving out, right? So it's, you know, we may do another one later, but the people don't realize that if we charged a one-time fee for something like this,
you'd eventually go broke.
We would go broke, right? We'd literally go broke. We couldn't develop it. We couldn't continue to put the resources we have.
Well, you know what? We wouldn't go broke. It would just be fucking.
It would be basic, and
you're not getting any more. Oh, you know, it would be nice. Yeah, it would be, but we don't have any money to do it. So suck it up.
Maybe when we sell another 100.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. So, and I mean and he told me this from the beginning, and I'm like, hey, I know about, you know, buying an animal, waiting 3-4 years to get your return on it, right? And, you know, making it better and adding more genetics, and a lot of stuff I make isn't for sales to hold back to make my project better in 2 more years. It's 5-year. I understood it. So it was a nice little fit. Right. And everything he said and everything we've promised, it's in front of you daily. And I love that about it because, it is a community-based app. I mean, it really is.
Yep.
And once we start getting into, like, I don't know about you, Robert, you've already said about bearded dragons and stuff. You're very limited. I have no idea.
Yep.
So, we can't build that platform with the rodents and the bearded dragons, other species, because we don't know about it. We need you guys to help do that. And like Robert said, anybody knows genetics on these other fields, please email Robert at Husbandry Pro. And guess what? It will get better, not because of us, but because of you guys. And that's what we want, right? We want it just for everybody, not just ball pythons. It started out that way because that's me and, it's the biggest field. But, we know most people. I know some people that have 5 different species and they're like, wow, this is so awesome. All I gotta do is click here to the breeding plan and it's not all over the place. And it's really awesome. So I think you did an amazing job, Robert.
Yeah, very good.
For the person that asked about the app and the website version, I changed the settings on the website and it automatically changed everything on the app. So that just, it's the same thing. You change settings on one, it does it to, across the board.
Right.
And to answer John at Equaline, we did talk about it earlier briefly, I think, but yes, if somebody purchased an animal, you can transfer all of that data right to their Husbandry Pro.
Yeah, you
Nathan and I have done it several times.
You export it, and then they get an email, and then you import it with the code, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that I think there in itself is an amazing feature.
Yeah, it is too, and that in by selfish reasons, obviously, right? Because we want you to send your data to somebody else to become a member of Husbandry Pro. But we also do things like, a breeding loan, right? If
loan is awesome.
If you get an animal come in, right, from somebody else, you can set that animal up as a breeder loan, and then you check off all the things you want to notify the owner of when they happen, and you can notify them via email or SMS. And that's another example of some of the expenses that we incur. We have to use a third party to send text messages. So when we have 2-factor authentication that we have those costs for and things like that. But getting back to the breeder loan, once you do a feeding, it can then notify the owner, hey, I fed, or it was fed, or it was paired with this animal. No more of this, the person lending out their animal being in the dark about what's happening with their animal, right? If the other person is using Husbandry Pro, as long as they're recording the events properly, you'll be notified when these things happen.
Hey, Robert, while you're on this subject, I've used this feature and I do love it. The one question I had was, when the animal goes back, do you simply just delete it?
You delete it from your breeding loan. Oh, so when it goes back to the owner, yes, you would archive it.
Yeah, but here's something too. This is a very good one. This popped up with myself. Somebody asked me. So I do a lot of breeding loans. So what I do is if I take somebody's animal, right, I basically type it in, add it all in, put, their email and what I want to notify them of the actions. When I scan, they get an email. Works beautifully. The thing is all those clicks and if it's say a female, which it usually is, because the male always stays there, and you should know that, everybody. Keep the male stays, females come to you on a breeding loan. Don't send the male out, because that male is supposed to go to 2 or 3 of his females, go to 9, and usually 3 females. Oh, only 1 got gravid. And so never do that. Male stays there. So the females that come in, and this is the thing I didn't know I was going to ask you, and I wrote it down somewhere, and I just haven't had a chance to find it or call you. So they give their animal from Husbandry Pro. They have it. They love the system. They give it to me. I type it in. They get notifications. But now I give that animal back, delete it off my system like I have. Now there's no records of her breeding.
Yeah.
So they were of her pairing the locks, of the eggs. So they were saying, well, if we could do a breeding loan where I transfer you the animal to me, I input it into the breeding loan, then I do it and it tracks it in my system. And then when I send it back, they import it, and now it has those animals, all the things attached to it. And I'm
And
like,
that's why I asked.
I said,
Billy.
I don't even know if that is. I'm not sure, but let me talk to Robert about it, because that would be next fucking level. Because if someone gives you an animal, you've lost all those records of the feeding, of the pairing, of the eggs, the reproduction, the follicle size.
So
in that animal.
Yeah, so that's actually easier for us than. So my mind was, you know, when the email comes or the notification comes, I would then log it in my computer, right? Is what I would do. I guess in my mind, it wasn't one Husbandry Pro user lending it to another Husbandry Pro user. It was just you bringing an animal in, right? It is kind of my mind, right?
Okay, yeah, it makes sense.
And they're notified, right?
But when everybody in the world uses this incredible software, you're going to have a dilemma.
So it's easier for us than that. Is we could easily turn on a switch. But the receiver, the person lending you the animal would have to agree for us to double the data, put it into your account and into their account at the same time.
I think the person sending, you would think, would maybe be the initiator.
Data, yeah. Or do something like that. I think
both sides would have to agree that animal had a shared data, right? During the time that because one person could cut that share off at any time. So yeah, we'll get it updated to do that, where both sides, if they agree that animal is on loan, and one can
you have a little thing at the bottom, like in the agreement, where both they have to turn it on their own system.
Yeah, we would make it share, notify the other user, and then once you do a recording, it would automatically show up in theirs.
I mean, that'd be just
we write it to your account and his account at the same time.
Something like that would be next level. Like
and the reason I had asked about deleting it was for the exact thing. Now Billy took it to another amazing level here with that, but
no, somebody else has to take credit for that. Somebody else.
I was deleting. Right, I was concerned because I was deleting that history by removing it from the breeding plan. So that was.
Yeah. My idea was always they get a notification, they can do whatever they want with that data, right? They can enter it in themselves, into theirs, but it was never really on my radar that Husbandry Pro would be at both ends. So now that I know it's at both ends, right? Or that's something that you guys are concerned about, we can just make it so user can authorize both ends, both sides, as long as they authorize that animal, it's recorded to both accounts. Sure, no problem.
Perfect. Everyone start sending your animals over. Let's go.
Does the app work in Europe, right? Is the question.
Does the app work in Europe or just the website?
So you would just set your platform, the web, you would set your web version to use whichever currency you want. I think we have 4 currencies in there. US,
Euro,
pound, GBP, and Great British. We have Euro and Canadian, I think. So, and if you want more, it's really just ask. So yeah, it'll work. You just set your dates and your currency is different, then you'll be fine.
Okay. Awesome. Nathan, we've been going over some, it's been back and forth of awesome stuff. What's some of the things that you, Nathan, would like to see improved? I know, I'll show the screen here. I know the one thing that we had talked about. I hope my screen is shared, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I don't know if it's not even something to improve on. I think it's more something
is this regarding the card stuff?
Yes.
Yeah. So to answer your question, pretty much everything's been covered. My initial confusion, I guess, was that
the cage card
designer seemed like what I would be using to do what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
But it didn't really have the functionality there to do it. Jeremy pointed out the new sheet label designer, which I then just made a 1x1 at the size I wanted, and that worked fine. But my question, I guess, really was, is that something that, started life as a very, simple thing that should do that, maybe hasn't been upgraded, or is the sheet label designer replacing it? Or
So here's the problem with development, Nathan. I'm sure you understand this, that when we bring out the initial version, it was the It wasn't sheet level label designer. It was you make your cage card, you design your cage card, and then you use your cage card in a label sheet is kind of the way it was. And then what we did, we added the dymo printing, which is any thermal, which is probably the preferred method to do anything now is if you can get your hands on a dymo.
That's what I use.
Yeah, or any thermal, that's definitely the way to do it. And then we had a lot of people, well, we want to use this sheet and this sheet. And unfortunately, Canada and the US don't have the same Avery codes for everything. So somebody would ask for a whatever number, and we can't get it here. Ours is a similar one with the same size dimensions, it says, but it doesn't line up exactly and that kind of thing. So it kind of created a bit of hell. So we made this sheet label designer. If you're tenacious enough, you can make it work perfectly, because really all it's doing is saying, give us the size, give us how many are on a sheet, and then you would print it out on blank paper and hold it up to a sheet, I tell people, in a window to see if it lines up. And, you notice these ones kind of drift off a little bit down to the, unfortunately, people are stopping at that point and going, it doesn't work. When really all they have to do is make the label a millimeter higher, right? And then it'll push the other ones down a little bit. So it's a little bit of fiddling. So, now we're at the stage where we're designing the ID cards, the hard ones. And in order to do these, we really need it to be able to, you need to be able to put your logo here and move this over here and slide this here and everything else. So we're actually working on like you went to the Avery website and just, designed this and then picked, where it is on the page and away you go. So yes, it's something we're looking at, but unfortunately, the reason we've got 3 different ways to do it now is because when the people that started in the beginning started with us, they spent a significant amount of time designing their label in that version. Yep. We can't just move it into the next version, right? It's a completely different system. We got to leave that version there. Now we've got the sheet level and the dymo. We're going to bring out another version, and then we have to leave all the other versions for the people that have been with us, forever.
That makes sense.
But we've also made some changes. We have some changes to the menu coming out where we're going to be able to turn off menus items based on dates, right? So we'll say, as of today, anybody that signs up, we don't want them using
the
old antiquated version. We don't want them using this. We've got a better version, so let's only show them the new version. So that's kind of how we're going to build things. So
and we can take those off and on as well, right? Like if I'm not using the old stuff because I use dymo, I can go in and turn that off as well.
Right, exactly. So you'll be able to turn off any label or any menu item you want. So I think for us, it's just a matter of getting people to kind of upgrade to the newest version of whatever we're doing to keep themselves current if they can. If they don't want to, we're not going to force anyone.
Are you saying that you're going to have another new one, or is that sheet label designer the new one?
No, we're going to have a new one that you can actually design a nice graphical deal like this. Slide
just like what I basically did using the other one.
Like whatever you used, your dymo label software or something?
I actually did. Yeah, I think I was saying earlier, I made a plastic card. I have a plastic card printer like that. And I just used the sheet one and I kind of worked around it.
Right.
But you're saying you're going to have something,
what we have to do in order to do these properly, we need to allow you to design your card. We need to allow the system to make a graphic file and throw it into a folder on our computers so that we have a big HID printer, right? HID card printer, which is like a $10,000 printer for these things. So we've invested a lot of money in these cards, but we need to be able to just press a button and batch print all 100, 200, 500 of your cards and send them out to you. So it's not as easy a process as just doing the designer part of it. We need to do the whole chain to getting it sitting on my desk in a stack, right? So, but it makes sense to do it all at the same time for us. So that's something that is in development because I think we get more tech support about how do I print a label than anything, right? that's a problem we have to solve because, again, my guys answering questions and helping people to print labels is very expensive, right? For our time, right? So we really, that's something we're looking at solving for sure.
And that sheet label honestly works perfect. If I could just give you one little thing,
sure,
and you probably aren't aware, it's great. You can save all the settings and label that so that when you go back.
Yep.
But for some reason,
what you're talking about, Nathan.
right, it saves everything except for the color of the text.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
So every time you go in, you have to reset the text color.
Okay. Text color on sheet. Okay. Done.
Thank you.
Easy fix.
Oh,
we just need to know about it. That's it.
If anybody doesn't know, stay on that page, Jeremy.
Nope.
So if you go to a page, okay, like see it says designer sheet label, see the little YouTube logo with the video logo?
Yep.
If you click that, it'll give you a little demonstration from Robert. Awesome design. But it'll show you.
So I don't know if we actually want to play it, but
no, but you just have to just fast forward it a little bit, like just click a little bit like ahead of the video. Yeah, just click right there.
So you'll go and you will create a new label here.
So basically, everyone shows, so you can stop that. A lot of people didn't even know that this was available. So if you go to, say, dashboard on your menu, so get out of this, go to dashboard.
The back button.
Yeah.
I was looking for an X.
Page cards. See, page cards, dashboard. Not everyone has one, but there's a little video beside the heading, that you can play, and it'll tell you how to do this, how to turn this on or off. Because you see how you have featured animals here?
Yeah.
You don't have any. You don't need that on there. So if you click the little edit box, the little edit on the corner, now you can go and turn on and off. So scroll down. So hit panel, dashboard panels. No, down. Dashboard panels. Down.
Dashboard panels. Okay.
Now you can turn it off. If you're not looking at featured animals, turn it off. It's not on your dashboard. Anything that you don't want on, you can, or if you want on, you can change it. So I only have 3 or 4 on mine. You could actually have the breeding plan. You can have animal types. You can do all different types of stuff. You just turn it on and turn it off.
Now the spider web, would that be for the herp stats?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that would just be a quick view of your last temperatures. You would have to set up your spider web and everything first in order to do that.
Now, what tier did you say that's available on, Robert? I forget.
Breeder. Breeder it up.
Okay. All right. So I'm just like one tier below where I could actually use it then.
And spider web and sensor push both do notifications too. So you can set spider web, if it detects a temperature variation of 5 degrees, send me an SMS or send me an email. And then you would go and you'd get a message, go check your snake room, find out what the temperature is. So I have one setting on my, I have a spider web in my room, right? So if there's a fluctuation in temperature too much, it'll hit me with an SMS.
Okay.
So yeah, you can set up all those. I believe they go notifications because the Android and the iOS app both have notifications also. So
okay,
they'll notify you there too.
That's one thing that I think would be well worth, just even if you don't need the animal count at the moment, having access to be able to have Husbandry Pro get your info from all that stuff.
Yep,
is well worth it alone.
Yep.
While we're on the topic of like the cage cards and that stuff, is there a way? Because I know you can print the QR codes off for your clutches for your incubator and stuff like that.
Yep.
Is there a way, and maybe it can, I don't know if it could be something thrown simple and easy for like in the cage card designer or whatever, that you can just get it through there? Because like in order for me to get my QR codes for that, I have to download it off of Husbandry Pro, take it to Photoshop, downsize it, because if I don't, it comes out with this huge 11x8 sheet piece of paper of a giant QR code.
Right.
Is there a way to get it to where?
Is this for your incubator? Is this for the incubator?
Yeah.
So what I do is I have to do the same thing. Good question though, if Robert can work on it. What I do is I go into the incubator, I go to a clutch, open it up, you know, where it says download, print or download. I hit download, it goes to my download.
Okay.
Then I open up, I use Dymo. So I open up my Dymo. Okay. So I don't do it through Husbandry Pro. I do it through the Dymo app. Open up the QR code in my Dymo, stretch it a little so it comes out small. You just stretch it. And then I put I put text 102, 36, and then print. And then I save it and I just change it. So I save the tablet where you see, you know, the Dymo 150 and then the QR code. Then when I download a new one, I delete it, replace it, and change the number to 151 and print. And I print one out at a time. So instead of doing that into this, into that, that's how I do it because I have a Dymo.
Yeah.
Okay.
So why don't
I always wondered how you had yours so small. I'm like, Billy's got to be doing it some other way than this.
I use the Dymo app, right? Because in the Dymo app, you set your sticker setting.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I just do a text and where I have the clutch number, and then I have the area where I have the QR code. And I just save it, and then I just go highlight it, change 150 to 151, and then I delete and then drag in the new one from the downloads and do it. I'm actually going to do a video like this, you know, like, hey guys, we're setting up some stuff for the things. This is how I do it, and just sort of do something quick, you know, because you know how many people message me saying, you know, on YouTube or even, you know, I don't understand how you can print your label. I can't. I have a Dymo and I don't have that. It doesn't come out in color. How did you get it on color? I print off a label in black and white and I stick it to a pre-made business card and I slide it in to line sleeve.
That's what I do too.
People think we just print it off. And like, no, it's a process. And here's how I do it. And I'm going to do that and show people, right?
Yeah, but so if we print right now, when you go to your print dialog, when you're printing, you can actually select rack. You can select animals or racks. So you can print your rack label. We can easily add incubation records there, and you just click one of those, and it just gets loaded into the other one.
That would be awesome.
That would be awesome.
Yes, it would.
There's the three of us and everyone else watching and future watchers.
Yes, it's on record now. We'll get that done.
Robert, is there any way we can get QuickBooks tied into
QuickBooks? Yeah. We'll have to do like the other ones. There's a couple other software packages I want.
Robert's never getting on a live again.
That's right. You know what? I said to Jeremy when he asked me to do that, I said, you know, I get more out of this than you guys do generally, because, you know, I literally get, you know, questions that aren't flushed out really. Right? Because I get a lot of, you know, can you do this? And, you know, it's already there, or, you know, it doesn't make sense. But once there's a little dialogue about it, things make sense. And, you know, I say, okay, yeah, that makes sense why you want to use it. And I didn't realize it was a pain in the ass to do whatever. So we'll get that fixed. So
yeah, that's true. I haven't had a conversation with Robert where I asked him to do something. He goes, okay, sort of let me know why you want it done and what the purpose is. And you have to explain it so he can wrap it around. So that, you know, he doesn't want to go and do this. Oh, no, that's not what I meant, Robert. Well, why didn't you tell me? You know, you actually have to explain it. And then he'll like, let me wrap my head around it. And I think this, so you wanted to do this and, you know, and yeah. So it's never like, hey, I'd like to do this. He wants to know why and what its purpose is. And then it sort of makes his brain think and get it working to where we want it. So I can see that when someone says, hey, can you put a button here? Well, what the fuck for? Like, what is that going to do? Because it looks good. I can just click it on and off. It does nothing. Like, no, like you need to have a purpose. And
for us, it's all about resources too. I don't want the guys working on stuff that is, you know, stupid. Right?
Well, yeah, no, that makes perfect sense too.
Doesn't make any sense.
Prioritize everything.
Exactly, for sure.
Yeah, you know what? One thing I was going to put on, like, because I'm on it so long, you know, is, you know, if there's no activity after like, you know, a minute, there's like an alarm. So it wakes me up like, oh shit. You know, like nicking away on it. It's like, that'd be awesome. You know, Husbandry Pro wake up alarm. Wake up, get shit done. You have not done any inputting in an hour. Stop slacking. Get the fuck back
Wake
to
up.
work. It'd be awesome. I think that'd be like probably the best feature, the best selling feature yet. If you don't do it, it makes you, it makes your keyboard or your phone vibrate until you put it and enter in.
Oh, that's funny. Ken, I'm glad that you've gotten just about every question you've had, dude, to answer tonight. And everybody in the chat, if you guys got any questions while we've got Robert and Billy on here, drop them in the comments, because I'm just gonna say this. Tomorrow's my birthday. This here live was probably the greatest birthday present I could have asked for, because I've learned a crap ton, gotten to spend it with some amazing freaking people, and I've just learned so much. Like, so thank you.
Appreciate it. Really appreciate it. It was good.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is I was shocked when I sort of did a thing on my Patreon of doing this, and so many people's like, how come my screen? Mine, go back, Billy. Mine doesn't look like that. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I didn't know how to. It's amazing how, even me, I've learned some stuff here that I didn't know, like that search all. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And you could tile your view of your animal. Like, wow, now I can play around with it. And the thing is, there's so much that is so complex. It's so easy once you get the hang of it, but it's like going in and trying to figure it all out. You don't know. And once you get it set up, and we just assume that, oh, it's so easy because we understand it, so everyone else should be able to grasp it. No. And like Robert said, when we ask questions and want to know why or how things work, he sort of understands why we're asking for those things and the functionality. And, like he said, he's getting more out of it. And, we were really shocked about how many people are doing it and using it for a good year, and they're missing very key elements and not doing it right. But it's still efficient, but it's not the way it should be. And once, oh my God, this is so much easier. Thank you. Yeah, it's great doing these, and sharing this with other people. And once that group was great, I've got so many compliments on starting that group, that you did in Husbandry Pro, because now people can go and, learn. And then, you know what, when someone else, hey, how do you do this? Look how many people comment from the users.
Yep.
Fucking awesome, right? And it saves, tickets going into the development team and the customer support team, right? So
I'll tell you what, if you want motivation to get pictures, photos of your animals into your Husbandry Pro, just change it to that tile view. I mark my words, you will all have pictures on your animals in no time.
Yeah, I get it.
And I'm sitting here. Then I'm sitting here going, don't, because I don't need Billy loading up 1,000 pictures with 1,000 pictures.
You know what, bro? Actually, I just thought of something. If I don't even, I wonder if maybe this would be helpful in that tile view. Yeah. If you bring that up and you search, Jeremy, type in a gene that you have a lot of in the search right above there.
No.
No, go back.
No.
See, now that you know this one, you're going to go there. Now everything's going there.
Type in whatever, a gene.
Oh, my God. This is super cool.
So I'm just sitting here thinking about it. This might, even for identification purposes, right? Like maybe you have an animal and you're questioning if you had taken pictures of previous combos. This might be a really useful way to kind of figure things out.
But it won't bring up your archive.
Oh.
If you go to the filter, can you not turn on all types of animals?
I'm not sure. It's your system.
It doesn't, it will tomorrow.
Let's see.
Status. Yeah, status.
Status. Hold on here.
Down.
Yeah, you check off.
Oh, wow. So go to archive. And
you can just select all.
But there you go. Holy fuck.
There goes Robert's servers.
Well, you're just because you're a full up.
Nathan, that's fucking that's amazing that you brought that up, because that is something, to compare it to, like, if you have a pastellenchi yellow belly, it's like, oh, is it pastellenchi yellow belly? I see is it yellow belly? You have something comparison, except to going on to Morph Market or other things.
Right.
They could be labeled improperly, or, it's bad photos. I mean, that's actually an amazing idea. Fucking, I love it. So
I said that was good thinking there.
100%.
I do like that.
Once in a while. I'm good for one good idea a year. I'm done now.
Where's my
Robert's like, yes,
my
I hope everybody else is like that too.
beer?
Oh, that's super cool.
Robert's looking at the ticker of the server utilization right now, sweating.
So there's going to be a new category, right? You know, there's free, you know, thing, collector, breeder, commercial, and then you know,
All the bells and whistles.
outrageous people like Billy.
Maybe the title of Billy.
$99 one, you know.
You have a dedicated server just for you.
Yeah, $99 one, you know, unlimited, you know, server use. And then the little thing like, you know, we'll put up with a lot of your stupid bullshit questions. $99 a month.
Dude, I've learned so much with this software, and like we can keep on going. I don't know how late you guys want to go. I can go. I'm late also. I can go to whenever.
I'm an old man. I'm surprised I'm not dead on the table already.
Dude, this has been like, Nathan, when was the last time I went 3 hours on a live? I've been trying to cut them down to 2, but this one
I don't know the last time I haven't been 3 hours on.
Yeah, I don't know.
Billy's here. It's bound.
Every time I'm on with you, Jeremy, it's over 3 hours. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
but that's because it's you, Nathan.
My channel, my content, we're not going past 2 hours. Guaranteed. I'm going to do an hour to 2 hours every Monday. I'm not going past it.
Yep.
You know, that's something I'm going to definitely do. But you know, I do the long ones for, you know, Patreon and for other people's, but you know, it's
no, this is good.
I mean, when you popped up the other day, Billy, for Billy, you know, Mutation Creation Live, I'm like, wait, I did a double take. And I was like, is this real? So I clicked on it because I'm thinking, it's like, all right, is there something like goofed up? Like, Billy hasn't been live in so long. And I clicked on it, I was like, son of a bitch, it's like Billy is live.
Yeah, and it's crazy. And the thing is, it's like, you know, it's so many people, you know, miss the channel and miss us and stuff. And, you know, numbers are amazing. I can't, you know, it's humbling almost, you know what I mean? Like, I just love doing what I do. You know, I love seeing people do well. And, you know, we can talk about snakes. I mean, if I know it, I can talk about it. If I don't, I don't, you know, pretend I do. But, you know, I just like seeing, you know, people learn and be motivated and other stuff. And, you know, if, you know, I'm in a way better space than I was last year when I stopped. I've got a lot more things organized and my time management's much better. And I've got a lot of stuff that, you know, oh, I'm doing this, but this is neglected. Okay, keep going. Oh, it'll get done tomorrow. Next thing you know, tomorrow's after tomorrow's. You look back and go, holy fuck, I don't know how I can deal with this. It's not a, you know, it's a mountain now. And, you know, and it was stressing me out and not sleeping. And I just figured, you know, talk to the girlfriend, and she said, you know what, you've got to take some time for yourself. And, you know, what's the least thing that you have going on of your time? And it was the live, you know, because, you know, and, you know, but I miss it. I'm back, and just, you know, do a time constraint and, you know, do it a little differently. And you know.
Yeah, that's kind of like where I'm at. I've kind of, like I said, I've tried to narrow it down to 2 hours, but there are certain lives where I know, hey, there's no point trying to put a time restraint on it because I know I'm not going to be able to stick to it. And this was definitely one of them where it's like, I'm not even going to attempt to do it. But Stephen and Courtney at Leviathan Snakes, they said, sales pitch, what exactly about Husbandry Pro makes it better than Excel? If you convince me, I will subscribe right now. Stephen and Courtney, I will tell you this much.
Did they watch to? They had to jump in late, Jeremy.
I was going to say, yeah, they did. They came in like not that long ago. If you guys go back to the whole start of this live, watch all 3 hours of it. If you don't subscribe at least part way through, I don't know how else to convince you. But Rob, if you want to go through a quick spiel, that's up to you.
No, I'm not a sales guy. That's one thing. That's what Billy is.
No, but I think he nailed it with, like, when you hear Robert say what Husbandry Pro was meant to really be about is records, which you know, it's there to keep track, which is, you know, some data that I never tracked years ago. I wish I had, but the ease of track, but the time saving, the efficiency, and I know from someone that has such a large collection, the things that I can do in seconds took me hours. I can be on a beach anywhere in the world. Oh, let me see, you know, let me pull up the screen. I can just type, it searches, it's there. It's phenomenal for knowing what's in my collection, where I'm needed, what I need, printing off lists. You know, it's just the time management and the capabilities of what it can do. You know, your Excel sheet can't automatically, when you scan an animal and hit submit on reproduction, put the fucking eggs in your incubator, and then when your you know, your clutch is hatched, you can't scan it and hit submit to animals and convert it. You know, with all the genetics and keep all the tracking, and you got to keep looking back. Like, I mean, it is just phenomenal. The genetic calculator coming out now, the sharing information.
The store, even the store that, I mean, now that I learned how the store works, that itself is a huge selling point.
You know what?
You can run wait lists off the guys.
You can go, you know what? I always find these things to be the most time consuming. If you have a customer asking for what pied animals do you have for sale, you can do a filter in your for sale, check off 3-4 of them, hit send to customer, type in their email address and a little note, and bam, it goes to them directly from Husbandry Pro. They get 5 links for 5 different animals that they click on, and they can see the animal in your system with the price, with the history, or whatever you choose. Just that interaction and the time that you save trying to get information about an animal to a customer, right, is invaluable. You could check off all your animals that are for sale and fire off a whole price list to somebody.
And
not if you're me, because holy fuck, Billy.
Exactly.
Like, they go to print it and they're like, fuck, Bill, I didn't know it'd be 7 pages.
But then they can deep dive into each one of your animals. It's so much, you know, so much data giving a customer, and in that professional level, if you're breeding to sell, right? I don't know that you'd want to do it any other way. Like I'm not being biased. It's the easiest way to do it. I've done
Excel sheets for 7-8 years. Mm-hmm. And guess what? I can't go to my Excel sheet unless I copy and paste onto a label. You know, now I just go in, hit Dymo Expo label, hit the 20-30 animals I want, print. I've got a label, I've got a price, I've got this, I've got a QR code. Mm-hmm. Professional label. It saves me, no shit, probably about $100 a month off not buying brother labels, you know, that go into the brother label maker, and it saves me literally 2 hours, maybe more a month. I only do a show or two, but I save $100 a month and about 2 hours of time compared to printing, label, cutting, putting it on, writing the sex and the blue or that. I don't have to do that. And the $100 of those fucking 30, I think it's $30 for 30 meters or 30 feet of those labels. And all the time you get at the end where you have half the word that fucking shows you the end of the roll. It's like, God damn it. You got to go delete and reprint. I mean, it is time efficient. It's incredible in every way. I mean, I can't talk about it enough. And
Robert, let me just add on to what you just said, because you kind of skimmed over it, but being in the marketing world, that is my full-time gig.
Right.
How you're forward facing your customers and the professionalism that what you just explained gives is invaluable. Right. It really is. And to add, I mean, what Billy just said, Billy's talking about how quick and easy it is to print off these labels and label his displays, but that also adds a level of professionalism to those displays, right? So don't you know, we shouldn't devalue that piece of it. It really does add that that little extra.
Yep, for sure. Yeah. For sure.
It's Steve and Courtney. Like, if you, in all honesty, you guys of all people that I know and talk to would benefit so much from this. I'm not going to lie.
And one thing I do recommend
for 30 days. So there, give it a try.
One thing
there's a trial period. True.
One thing I do recommend is, you know, when you input anything first, input your adults, because those are the ones that you want to track first. And then you can add it. I did that first. And then because I had about 400 or 500 of them to enter. And then I had about 1,600 other animals. But the other animals are grow-ups, holdbacks, stuff for sale, stuff I didn't need to track because I wasn't doing follicular development. I wasn't doing pairing and breeding, and they weren't on my breeding cycle. So if you enter your adults first, your males and your females, once you have that, then you can input them in your breeding records. Then when you scan a female and put a male in and hit pairing, it tracks that. When you ultrasound the female, scan, follicular development, add in the numbers, submit, feeding, everything like that. When you see an ovulation, you put, or even a copulation, ovulation, reproduction, it's all done. As soon as you hit reproduction, it automatically puts the eggs and all the data that you inputted into the incubator. And then, it is just next level. So do that first, because your adults are the ones that, I think have the most features being used, and you need to do that because you're breeding, and all the stuff growing up, you can add up later. It took us 4.5 months to put in all the animals, and about 1,500 animals only have the genetics, the sex, the name. It doesn't have where I bought it or where I produced it. I still got to enter that down the road. It's like, oh my God, but I can still use the system without all that, and everything now moving forward, from 2021 onwards is perfect. Where I bought it, we never talked about the customer list, the consumer list, I can print off like every single customer of mine and send an email if I want. Like it's just invaluable, and what Robert's doing and the way other people are, this is just going to get better. And I'm along for the ride every single step of the way. And, and Robert and the team has not disappointed in any way, and neither has the community with the upgrading and the valuable information to make this better, so.
And the sooner you get into it, the better off you are as well, because just like More Forge here said, because once you get into it and you start doing those breeding pairings and stuff, all the work's basically done for you already. It's already all filled in. You just have to turn it into animals and select what genes are out of that pairing went into those babies. So, it's,
Can you, the thing that's coming, like the genetic calculator,
yep.
When you look at your Excel sheet and you see your piebald male to your 5-gene clown het pied female, can you just click a button and see the genetic outcome? Nope, you can with Husbandry Pro. Can you look at that? And you're going to have to go and type in manually, on this date, I ultrasounded, here's the follicular development. Here, we just scan, type in the number, submit, and it's always there and tagged to the animal. So many little things, and you just got to use it to see. And I've been using it for 2 years since the beginning, and I'm finding new shit out, like 2 things today. So I'll be fucking around with those tomorrow, but I've been learning new things and stuff. And, it's a great little community, and the suggestion board and the knowledge base. You go in there and there's all these, I'm just like, wow, what's all this? So it is amazing in every way. And you'll notice someone like me, if you listen to the last year of me speaking or anything, the worst thing that I don't have a grip on is my time management. This helps me so much because I don't have enough time trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing or what to do next. If I had to do this and manually load stuff in, I wouldn't even have all that up to date. This really helps on a many, many, many levels. And you'll see that.
This one's easy. Genetic calculator.
Yeah. Genetic calculator. Stephen, also, even just, it's already part of the system. What you can use it for show wise.
Yeah. And even exactly what Hutch is about too, right? How you can see the animals, and what's in the incubator, the hatchling, the hatchling records, that's all new. The NFC, that's new.
The NFC thing.
Show them what you can do with the animal tag.
Yeah, with the animal tag, Stephen, I have each one of these on my displays at the show. Joe Schmo can come up with his camera, scan the QR code, it brings up a link that they click on, and boom, they get all the information of that animal
that you want to provide.
That I want to provide. They can see the feedings, anything that I allow them to see.
Genetics, date of birth, when it ate, when it shed, whatever you want to give to the animal. To to the customer's info, it's right there. And what's great is so many people at the Expo, they're using their phone. Other people like, what are they doing? Oh, they're using their camera to scan to get information. Oh my God. Next thing you know, people are doing this. And then other people at the other table is like, what the fuck's going on, Billy? What are they doing? Oh, it's like, wow, that you can do that. I mean,
I was going to say, Billy, have you noticed people staying at your table longer just because of that?
Well, I'm always busy at the shows and I'm talking like a mile a minute. So, but it's usually always busy, but you know what? It's something that, something like that you should know. But I mean, I'm always talking and all over the place. I don't have time to even have something that's, and that's why Husbandry Pro helps me, because that is data. Do you know when before the show, I didn't have Husbandry Pro in this. I just used other labels. Now that I have it, I think that, people are standing 10 more minutes looking at other animals with their phone. I don't know that metric. And the thing is there's so much shit that I don't know. Like, what I've learned in follicular development, 4 to 5 weeks, they grow about 1 centimeter when they start building, because we have a chart. And when I do it every 3 weeks, 2 weeks, every month, I have a chart and I see the growth of the follicular development. Usually it goes centimeter, 4 or 5 weeks, centimeter, 4 or 5 weeks, centimeter, 4 or 5 weeks. After 3 to 4 comes in like 10 days to 2 weeks.
Yeah. I've noticed that too.
Yeah. You know why I noticed? Because I have the fucking data. I scan, submit, and now I can look at it like, holy fuck, look at this animal. Look at this animal. So you see, it's because now I can track it and go back and look. I would love to know. I would like to say, yeah, but I can't answer that because I've never looked like before. Like, well, people used to come and look at an average of 4 or 5 minutes and look and ask questions. Now with Husbandry Pro, they're there for 15 and they're asking more questions and not questions that I have to answer, because now the questions they ask is like, can I get a deal if I buy 2? They're not asking questions because the questions that I answered before Husbandry Pro, now they have it in front of them. And I mean, I would like to say, yeah, it is. And it probably is. I just don't know. And that's something that Husbandry Pro has done for me. I can track fucking anything I want in seconds. I can go through a whole rack. I've got 2,000 animals and I can go with my scanning the rack and subtracting the animals that didn't eat. I could probably do that. 30 seconds a rack, 30 seconds a rack. I've got 30 of them. What's that? 15 minutes? Is that 15? Yeah, I think so, right?
I suck at math, Billy. We all know this. We went over this the other day.
30 racks at 30 seconds, which is half a minute. Yeah, 15 minutes. I can fucking go in and go through 2,000 animals and tell you which ones didn't eat and ate and recorded it, and also tell you the cost associated and tell you how many rodents that I needed to feed all those animals in 15 fucking minutes. You can't do that with any fucking spreadsheet, even with 15 men. You couldn't do that. I'm telling you, you couldn't. 15 people. You could have a person, a rack doing that, and it wouldn't be 15 minutes. It'd be like an hour. Figuring out the cost and how many rodents and which one. It's all in there. I mean, there's shit on there that it doesn't do for me because I don't even know it can, but it already can. And I'm learning.
You learned some new things tonight, though.
Yeah. So, but I mean, it's just amazing. And like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like the cocoa. I use it. I love it. And I've used so much else. You need to use it and see how it works for you. You're not going to get the same enjoyment or some of the things that I need. Some of the stuff that's beneficial for me might not be beneficial for you. So everything I love about it, you might, I love this feature and this feature. I'm like, I don't even use that feature. It's built for anybody. You can track whatever you want, as minimal as you want. You can just buy the t-shirt and say, fucking, I don't even use it, but I love the fucking logo. I mean,
Well, I do love the logo. The logo is badass. I'm not gonna lie.
Jeremy, if you want to open up your system on the screen here.
All right. Oh, hold on here.
I'm going to answer Leviathan's question there. So if you go to, open up yours, go down, refresh the page.
Refresh.
Yeah, just hit refresh. If you scroll down to the bottom there on your left, if you hit partner program, there's your, great, everybody gets to see all the information. There you go. So there's your link. So if you want to just copy that link and then give that to everybody. That's your promo code.
Now, if anybody signs up and you use that promo code, what happens?
Jeremy's going to make money.
Cool.
Not much.
Oh, wait, what?
He might get his subscription paid for eventually. Depends how many people sign up. So that's your promo code.
So you can add that on your social media stuff too. It's like, hey, try, and then when you sign up, then you get the metric. I mean, it's just, it's effort for you putting in and sharing and helping. And when people call you and ask, you help them as well the best you can, or reach out to one of us, or go on the page. But I mean, this is a community thing, right?
Post that link, and then you'll get credit for anybody that signs up. Now, I just want to mention to everybody too. If you were having that draw on the 1st, Billy, I might have to get you to do that if you want to do that. I know you like that kind of stuff. I have no idea how. I still have to do that draw. I have everybody's names and emails, so we're good there. On the 1st, we're drawing with a prize pack worth like $2,500. It's got a lifetime membership to the commercial version. It's got a couple T-shirts, mugs, NFC cards. It's got some of these cards. I think 50 or 100 of those we're going to do for whoever it is. You don't have to be a subscriber. You just have to be in our system. So you can sign up for a free account. And then at the bottom of the menu on the left, there's a contest link that you click on, and you click, and you're into the contest.
One thing I do have a question for is somebody always asks me, you got a bunch of new swag that I see. I'm like, what the fuck? It's awesome. Where do you go to order that? Is there is there a link from husbandrypro.com?
Yeah, you want to open up your page again, Jeremy?
It's in the app.
In the app, slide down, Husbandry Pro merch.
Oh, fuck, I didn't even see that. Christ.
And then there's the merch.
There's the merch.
Oh my God. When I get off here, I'm going to be searching this shit.
And then NFC, if anybody ever needs the NFC tags.
Oh my God, here it is.
And then we have some compatible ones. You don't have to buy ours, of course. You can buy the ones up in the list there on the right-hand side that are on Amazon there that we've linked.
So basically, what happens if someone is not on Husbandry Pro but wants to buy the merch?
You go to the main page, just Husbandry Pro.
I'll do that.
Remove the whole last bit of your URL there that says go to husbandrypro or husbandry.pro. So just, if you remove that, I believe there's a merch button at the bottom. So go all the way to the bottom. No, we don't have the merch button up yet. Okay. Got to see, that's one of those things that didn't make it out of beta.
Okay, cool. No, because I have a few people that messaged me because I shared that Shane did his his thing, or a coffee mug, and people say, oh my God, Billy, how do I get one of those? And I'm like, message at Husbandry Pro. I send them to you, right? But I mean,
I was thinking the same thing, Billy.
Yeah, now that I know, I don't have to send them to you because I should know this shit, but I don't. I didn't even know it's in my. I haven't.
I thought the public one was live, so we'll get that one live tomorrow too.
Perfect. So that's cool. So now I get to show people, and we can get that up, and I'm learning a lot too, which is great. But it's pretty cool.
So and then everybody here, just since we're on the screen, here you can see some of the the different tiers that are offered and the perks. So there you have the free tier, you get that, the $4 tier, the $9 tier, which is the one that I have.
$18 a month tier. I mean, I don't know what most people pay for, like a GoDaddy account or a cheap website and a hosting website, but what you get for free on here is for a website. That interact with your system. Like, you can't get that. I mean, I have my own website, and it's a pain in the ass to try to do things and link shit and update all the time. Robert does all that for you. All you got to do is just click the animals you want to show and hit fucking submit, and it's done. Like, it's that simple. You got your own fucking store. It's really crazy when you look at what's available. So it really is. It is incredible, and it's just getting better, which is awesome. So I just love that, things like this and the one that I did and the one that you did yesterday morning. People are now, oh my God, this is actually better than I have been using it. So we're actually teaching people to be more efficient and use some of the stuff. And I just learned 3 or 4 things tonight. So,
and also point out, I believe there's also yearly pricing plans, right?
Yeah,
So,
you change that button at the top.
That's the slider. So just mention that to people,
Like a 20% discount?
Yeah, it's like a 2 month free, 10 months, pay 2 months free.
Oh, cool.
Yep. That's what
you can upgrade at any time. So, if you've only got some animals and you don't need the, spider web and sensor push and stuff, you can go to like the collector is like the most popular. And then if you find that you want to upgrade halfway through a month or halfway through your yearly subscription, it'll prorate it and upgrade you properly. Just all through.
So, what should I sign up for? Roughly 100 animals. You want to do the, is it breeder?
Breeder
No.
is, well, collector. I'm not sure. How many does collector have?
Collector's up to 200 animals.
Right.
But it depends on what else you want. If you want to get the features like the,
the spider web and that stuff. Oh wait, the spider web's 39.
But it also gives the
store. No, it's on the 18. Okay.
Yeah,
it's the store platform's at the 18, right?
Yeah, everything's included in 18. That's the breeder plan.
Except the breeder plan is the part I think, Leviathan, you may want. So the breeder plan may be what you're looking for, because
it's also in the collector as well, though.
Yeah, I think the two-factor authentication in the breeding plan.
Additional users in the breeding plan.
Additional users.
You got public sales listings where you don't in the
collector. You do. Oh, you don't in the other one? Yeah.
I don't think you have.
There's public sales listings there.
Oh, is there? Okay. Yeah, I didn't know. You just gotta feel where you feel more comfortable with, right? Look at the options and. But you got 30 days for free and then decide.
So do your trial at breeder and then decide after that which way you want to go. That's the best way to do it, because then you get all the features that way. When we do the genetic calculator, I think that where we're going to start limiting things, I plan to have a sandbox for the genetic calculator where you can go ahead and select your pairs and stuff, do your submit, save it, make multiple tabs, come back to it later, even put in things like, I've got this male and I've got these 3 females, show me what I can get, right? Or these 2 males and these 4 females, bam. Because that takes a lot of computing power to do those fairly complex, when you're doing that many, that will probably be in breeder and above, right? Some of the deep dive into the genetic calculating and the sandboxing and stuff like that, that will probably be in breeder and not in collector, because really my mindset is if you're a breeder and you're making money, $18 isn't a huge amount to spend every month on.
And that's on the monthly. It actually works out to about 14 or something.
Yeah,
15 right. If you pay for the year. Yeah. And I mean, I don't know where you are on Morph Market, and Morph Market's the same thing. You pay for your space, you get more stuff, and but it's definitely worth a try, guys. You don't like it for 30 days, then don't. And to try it out, don't go throw on 400 animals and the end of the month it's over. It's like, oh, I didn't be able to use it because I just entered all my animals. Enter a few and screw around with it and see the capabilities of it, And then it's like, wow, this is really awesome. Let me put some more in because I know I'm going to sign up and do it again for at least another month. And you start doing that and you see it's like, you should be hooked for life. I mean, I know I am. So
I was going to say, this is one like Nathan can tell you, I've praised this freaking software to the freaking sky just because, and I have you to thank on this one, Billy. Because that live you did with me, in my season 1 of doing the live streams, we started touching base on this. And after that live, you had my wheels turning to where I thought, you know what? I'm going to give this a shot. And it was the best decision I ever made.
Awesome, man. I'm glad.
Hands down, the best decision I've ever made regarding any of that, because it saves me time. It costs a little bit of time, a little bit of money. whoop-de-doo. I can go. You go to Starbucks, you spend more money on a freaking coffee from Starbucks. You know what I mean?
It spells your fucking name wrong.
But yeah, I mean, it's, you know, yeah, Steven here says $15, you know, pays that and, you know, at the gas station. Yeah, I mean, it's really not.
You pay that driving to the gas station.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, it's so worth it. And everybody, I did post the code there again for everybody there if you want to click it, check it out. But Robert, thank you. Like, it's an honor, dude. I really appreciate that.
We appreciate it for sure. That was good.
Yeah, it's been awesome.
Yeah. I learned some stuff. You've got some stuff to work on and figure out.
Yep,
and,
there's my sheet.
Now I can actually go and tell people, you know, just call, message Husbandry Pro. Where do I get the merch? Message Husbandry Pro. Now I can show them. Go to the website. I'll make a little standard thing like, for all the merch, everything, go to Husbandry Pro, look at the very bottom, and you'll see merch, blah, blah. And then it's a standard thing that I can send to Georgia as well. So when people are asking me that, she can just, myself and her can just standard slap the quote up so people can just go and save you guys from some tickets or some emails, or messages on Instagram. So now I know. But
now my one question is, because I know Hales said that they just signed up. If they just signed up, are they not allowed to use that code then, Robert?
So if they click that link, it will tag them to you.
Okay.
So, and you'll get a notification on the first month.
If they've already signed up before at the beginning of the show.
Right.
It's too late.
Well, no. So do this, though. If you know some of the people that are signing up, right, just have them message you and say, look, I signed up, from your show. Let me know who they are, right? And we'll get them tagged to your account.
Okay.
487 people. Fuck, that's a good fucking day, dude.
Dude,
here's my entire friends list.
Nathan, you're gonna have to help me work on Danny and some of the other guys here that refuse to join the new century of
listen, man, if they come on and they watch this and they don't sign up,
yeah, that's the thing. It's like you know what I mean? Like people will I used to do pen and paper a lot. And then, I looked and I tried to use, Reptiscan and these others, and I did all this stuff. And I'm like, holy fuck, I don't have time for this shit, and I really didn't. And I just couldn't get around because my thing was working, and then now when I talked to Robert, and I actually was going into this before Robert was someone else, just never came through. Oh, we can do this, we can do that. And I'm like, I hate, this and that. And it's like, sounds great. Let's do it. Nothing came about. When we talked to Robert had the same mentality. Oh, we can do this. And, you can only see what you want. You can turn stuff on and off. It's so this, it's so interactive. And I'm like, well, let's do it. And we did. And it's incredible. So I got into it, even though I had 2,000 animals to enter. Fuck, man. Best thing I ever did. Now, in the 4 months when I was entering in, fucking this Robert guy, what the fuck did I invest in? Son of a bitch. Oh, fucking, you know what? It was
I can't believe we didn't tell you could just import the spreadsheet you already had. That was messed up of them.
But at the time, we didn't have that. We didn't have any of that. Like when I say I learned shit the hard way, and I do, you guys got it easy now. Oh, you just import, you just import me. I had 4 people doing it, 2 in the US, 2 people here. Took us about 4.5 months. It's crazy. And then, of course, we changed some stuff. So then we had to go rechange all the IDs and that because now we had descriptor. So it's like, wow, now we had to go through. And man.
And now you know about tile view and you have to add a bunch of pictures tomorrow.
I'm already on that. But no, it's just, it is crazy how it's come and evolved. But like I said, when people say, oh, I got to put in 200 animals or 300 animals, it's going to take me forever. Shut the fuck up and suck it up. I did 2,000. I probably did about 500-600 myself, and I had other people doing 400 or 500. So don't whine. I understand it. And you know what? You don't even have to do that now because you can do it differently. I manually put it in, and we fucked up. We had to go through all 2,000 and change shit and revert it. So I probably did 1,000. You know, we did those 2,000 some odd animals twice. Believe me, it's so, you know, when you guys have to whine, oh, it's got to be so long to put in. Suck it up. It's worth every second, because what I had to do, I don't like. That's the thing. I don't know how I get. It's like I'm just gonna keep going, Billy. Push through. It's worth it. Like, it definitely was, man. So, you know, I always have to go through the hard battle. But you know what? I'll tell you one thing. If you do, even in life, it's worth it. You know, you got to push forward. You know, don't quit.
Somebody asked if you just select a plan to get 30 days. Yeah, every account comes with 30 days. Select the plan. You don't have to give a credit card until you decide to use it, or PayPal or credit card, one or the other. Yeah, there it is there. So it is select a plan. Yeah, just select a plan, go in, set your account up, select breeder. That'll give you a good idea of everything that's included. And then you can decide later on if you want to go down or up from there when you actually go to subscribe. It'll let you know in 30 days.
And I do believe, Robert, what you should do is go and set up a table at some of these bigger venues and show the people, not just the ball python people, the snakes, the retics, the you know, let them know it is for, you know, more than just snakes and the capabilities and you know, it is an incredible, amazing tool that, I mean, I'm so thankful for being a part of and even being able to use. You know, I know that it'll do that with, like, there's some gecko breeder out there doing like, oh, fucking stupid fucking pens, or, oh my God, my hand's sore from writing all this shit, or, oh my God, did I just delete my spreadsheet? Son of a bitch, no! You know? And, you know, somebody's out there going, I wish there was an app. Like, we have it, just we got to get it out there. Yeah. So, you know, you should really go out there, because, I mean, there's a lot of people that are just hearing about this new, and we've been out there for 2 years, and, you know,
well, we've been on the list for Tinley for over a year now, trying to get a table at Tinley. So hopefully we'll get one there. They're jammed. They're not taking new guys. So
yeah, but they're also not taking. They what they did say is they're not taking tables for ball python stuff. Yeah. So we're different.
We'll go to Pomona. Pomona stuck up on me this year, but we'll go to Pomona next year for sure. Or it's happening again later this year, I think. Right?
I don't know, but then there's Arlington and stuff, but it's in Daytona. But it's funny because when Clutch launched, you see people like, oh my God, finally, something like this is in our industry. Great. I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean finally? Like, you know what I mean?
My biggest problem is we've got the booth designed. Where do I keep the booth, right? Last thing I want to do is ship that thing from Toronto or from Niagara Falls here, right, every time, or try and take it on a plane or whatever. I need to store it. Like, I've got friends in the States. I'll try and find somebody to store it there. And
I have Florida. So, like, the thing is in Florida,
right.
You
would need somebody just to, ship that a skid basically, and hold a skid for us all the time. Right.
Well, you know what we probably do is, honestly, I mean, I
can help you with that, Robert. My company does that. So just let me know.
But we should have a couple. Like, Daytona is one, Chicago's one, or whatever. You should keep one that's within 2-3 hours that someone can drive it to us wherever we go. Or
it can be shipped for a couple $100 though, right?
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, I know you can ship. I already talked to Pomona. I said, how do we do that? And they said, well, you ship it in, make sure it's there this day, and then you ship out, have it packed up Monday morning on a skid and picked up Monday morning, right? Cool. So as long as we do those logistics, we just need some place to have it sitting, because the booth is a TV and everything, right? It's in a decent size, it needs a skid, right?
Well,
I got merch and crap with it, right? So,
I've got my place in Florida, so we can keep it there.
I got to leave my office then. Oh shit.
No, I do want to thank Stephen, Courtney, guys. Thank you so much for that very generous super sticker. I really, really appreciate that, guys. I really, really do. We've got Ashley. Yes, we are still going. We're going strong. Make sure you check this replay out, because your head's going to spin. I promise you that. There's a crap ton of information in this live. I'm going to have to go back and rewatch it. I know the one thing I do want to say is that I'm planning on doing, like Billy, like you were saying, I'm planning on doing like little segments on my channel as well to help people navigate through some of this stuff too. So that is something I'm planning on doing here on my end.
Yeah.
I was planning on doing it before this whole live even became a thing, but
yeah. I think with the new Facebook group too, man, I mean, look at how did you do that? I mean, it's just going to inspire people and ask and people answering questions. I think a lot of the stuff would be self-taught with amongst the group. Oh, I do it like this. Oh, I found a way to do it easier. Oh, I do this. Oh, that's a great idea. We're just basically, putting a bunch of ideas and way we do things into a pot, and people can pick out of it what they want to do and what works for them. And some people are not tech savvy. So I only want to do this. And, it's pretty cool. But I know that the older man above me, I mean, you're 54, right, Robert?
53.
Oh, I'm turning 53. So you're older. So he is a little older than me, even though I might have more grays.
I don't know.
But yeah, I mean, he's got to get to bed, and so do I, because I got to be up early in the morning to message him and invite him.
to make sure you got the
QuickBooks. Is this done yet?
I'm sure I get that done.
Yeah. Have you fixed this yet? Like, is this up and running yet?
Yeah, no kidding.
But no, man, it's been an awesome show, and I mean, like, I love what he's done, and I mean, I even learned stuff, which is great. When I learn things too, it's even better for me. Or when someone throws a question at me, and like, you know what, I don't even know. Let me look into that. That's an amazing question. No idea. It's never happened to me. I've never come across it. I learn in the process. I become more knowledgeable, and it's great that I use an app and I didn't even see I can order merch from it. Like, Jesus. So,
well, you're not looking at it for that aspect. You're looking at it.
No, but I mean, I'm on it like all day long, utilizing it, doing stuff, and it's crazy, right? So it's amazing how I see things and turning the animal view. And I mean, that's the first thing I'm doing when I log on. Just do it, so that I don't forget.
In the morning, Robert.
But everyone have an awesome night. Thanks for having me, Jeremy. And
thank you, Billy, for coming on. Robert, thank you for coming on as well.
Absolutely.
I'm going to answer a couple questions here yet, but thank you guys for joining us tonight. I really appreciate it. Billy, having you hop on was just an even bigger added surprise. I really appreciate it. Robert, I'll probably hit you up tomorrow. I want to talk to you about some things, but thank you so much, man.
What's I just see a thing that you have an ultrasound fund. What's that about?
Well, I had an ultrasound fund. The ultrasound has already been purchased. See, so the ultrasound fund paid for half of what the snakes paid for the other half. So now, Steven and Courtney, my next step is basically all the super chats and stuff like that. It's going to go towards, getting the carpets into some nice PVC enclosures, expanding the snake room because, as a jab, on the other side there is another quarter of the basement. So this, I'm determining I'm going to knock this wall down or just put a doorway in, which is probably just going to become a doorway. But I'm going to expand the snake room over to that portion, just thinking, years ahead. The carpets take up a lot of space. The carpets themselves can have up to like 30 eggs per clutch. So that's going to rack up a lot of space real quick. So
where are you getting your enclosure from for your carpets?
I'm still figuring that one out. Nathan and I have a buddy that builds them custom that I've liked the design of, but I'm still, at that planning stage on that one.
What's that going to run you think?
Oh, I think he quoted me is like 400 in enclosure, basically. I think is what it came out to.
Okay, so basically when you're ready, I'm going to give you 200 towards it.
Well, Billy, thank you, dude. You don't got to do that.
I don't got to do shit. But you know what? I do when I can, right? So, I mean, it's just.
I appreciate that. Like,
minus the $50 I already sent. That's Canadian dollars. So I save a hell of a lot.
All the disclaimers coming now.
No, when you're ready, I'll pay half, the 200.
Well, thank you, Billy. I like that. Like,
happy birthday.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. It in a couple more minutes, it will be my birthday officially. But
I'm glad it's only $400 because I'm looking like, fucking ultrasound fund. Oh, I need another grand. Like, motherfucker, no. So this was a cheap one. But yeah, when you're ready to get it, let me know. I'll donate 200 towards the whatever. Even if it's 5, 6, I'll donate 200 US towards it. So to help you for your animals.
Thank you, dude. I like.
Early birthday present, man, and just
speechless,
awesome.
man. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Guys, I'm going to interject. Jeremy, happy birthday. Nathan,
Thank you,
nice
Rob.
to meet you both. Billy, we'll talk to you tomorrow, no doubt. And thanks everybody for coming. Have a good night.
Good night, Robert.
Yep. Night,
Thank
Robert.
you.
And I'll hit you up tomorrow as well, Robert.
Sounds good. Take care, guys.
Take care.
So yeah,
But Billy, yeah, thank you so much, dude. Like that.
you're welcome.
Thank you. Like that means a lot to me because you've impacted me in my journey for this so much that you probably have no idea. And I'm sure that you've probably impacted most of the people in this chat.
Well, that's great. I would offer something to Nathan. It looks like he's fucking balling. Look at that fucking setup, fucking fogger. The holy shit, he's balling.
I learned it by watching you, but
I'm gonna borrow money from him to buy that give you the 200.
that's perfect.
But no, man, it was great live. I mean, it's amazing. I wasn't gonna come on, right? I'm like, let me come on after watching, and I'm glad I did, and it's I love doing this, and I'm glad. Anything I can do, whether it's like motivating people, the sticker thing that I started years ago, showing cutting scissors isn't using scissors isn't bad. You get more, it's more comfortable to use. And, finally, after 10 years of ridicule, people are like, yeah, it is actually, the kid's fucking right. Well, now not the kid, like the fucking old man's right. Like, and anything I can do, like being a part of this app and help making it better and, do lives and whatever I can. So, it's just awesome.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Birthday tomorrow, and definitely everyone stay in touch. Have an awesome night. I'm out of here. You guys keep going, and don't talk about me behind my back. Say nice things.
Really, I don't
forget,
know
tomorrow.
Say anything bad about you.
I channel my content
honesty,
tomorrow
too.
night, 7 p.m. Eastern.
7 p.m. All right. See, now that I'll be there. I might not be present in the chat because my little princess, she's,
Dude, it's your birthday, man. I mean,
Actually, I might be out to eat. That's
I
right.
would be.
Or I get to go out to eat the Outback.
That's it, man. Enjoy. Shit, I can afford the bigger steak now because Billy's paying half my fucking.
It's
Bring
all
on more
gift cards.
appetizers.
It's all
Don't
on
worry.
gift
Maybe
cards.
have another drink. It's on me. Have a good night, guys. You guys are
All
awesome.
right, Billy, take
Bye,
care,
everyone.
brother.
Hey,
Thank
Billy.
you so much. Oh,
Bye,
hey,
guys.
before you leave,
Yes.
Billy,
No hot seat
sometime
questions.
sometime this year, I want to get you on here just to talk about a whole bunch of different stuff. So
Just message me and we'll figure it out.
All right. Sounds
Yeah.
good, bro. Thank you so much, Billy.
Good night,
I appreciate
everyone.
it, man. Well, that there, I have to say, hold on, Nathan. Oh, I got to flip us. That's just weird when it's two people there. This is a live stream for the record for the record books, to say the least. I'm going to post that link again. I did not see this part coming there. I did not see that at all coming. So, yeah, it's awesome that this kind of became out of just this live stream.
Always a good time.
Dude, tonight was great. I hope everybody in the chat enjoyed it as well. We're still at 30 people, dude.
That's going to drop hard now, buddy. I'm afraid to tell you.
I don't know, dude. It's still it's hanging in there. Yeah, I can't. They're saying plus Billy guys like that. I did not see that. Like, I was not ready for any of that. I wasn't even ready for like the generous super chats tonight. I just thank you everybody that did the super chats. Billy, if you watch this again, thank you so much as well. I hope you guys all enjoyed the awesome live, the info. Hope you guys really start thinking about Husbandry Pro, especially for those that are a diehard pen and paper. I don't want to change people. Do the free trial. Put on 10 animals and see what you think about it. Whatever. I know we've got Nathan and I have a few friends like Danny and both Chris's don't use it.
Yeah.
Chris and Phil, like, you know, we've got some people that their system works for them and that's how they like to do it. But hey, you know,
And I'll put out there, honestly, if anybody needs help, has a question, message me. I'm more than willing to try to help. I've been using it for years now. So don't hesitate. I'm always welcome to, more than welcome to help out.
And same here too. I mean, you know, I'm laid off, so I've got basically nothing but time. And I've learned a lot tonight. Now I'm gonna have to rewatch some of this to remember how to do some of the crap. But I mean, like I said, I want to start the section on the channel where everybody can just go. All right, Ashley, here is the link. Again, I can always send it to you in the members group chat as well.
And that's not true, Chris. My humidifier's off right now. It does shut off.
Wait,
it's not in the chat. He's sending it through our group chat.
Oh. Yeah, Stephen Courtney, don't hesitate to reach out. And if I can't help you out with the answer, I will help get you guys the answers.
And you know what? If I can make just a little word of advice, if you're getting the trial or you're just starting out, one of the reasons, you know, I always joke with Jeremy because he finds things and he'll send them over like the other day. And I'm like, yeah, you know, I've been using that or I've been doing it. The only reason that I knew that was because I sat down with that software and I did play around. Yeah. So when you first get it, before you go sticking all your animals in and doing, you know, because Jeremy, you made a comment that really, really, you know, stuck in my head. And that was, you were somewhat afraid to mess something up and not be able to go back. So before you get too deep into this, go play around. You can't hurt anything. And there is a master reset. So if you really mess things up before you really get started with all your animals and stuff, you can just reset it back. So, you know, go play around. You know, that's how I found a lot of the stuff in there, was just by venturing around and you know, trial and error.
I know somebody had earlier asked about the changing of colored tubs and stuff. So let me pull that up here real quick and try to remember how I did it. That is under settings. Is it general settings?
General. I think it is under general.
Yeah, general settings, and right here you can set the male color, the female color, and unsexed color. So you can make that, I mean, whatever color you want. You know, I love my greens. Everybody knows that. So, excuse me, I made my females green, made the males blue, and unsexed is red.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, where I said play around, come into the settings area right there.
Yeah.
There's a lot can be learned in just that section right there. There's so much stuff in there.
This here, now I know it's kind of a repeat, but the one thing that I really learned that we have there is the reports.
Yeah, I use that constantly.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Oh, wait, no, is it the reports? Here, feedings due. Is that what it was?
Yeah, just hit apply then.
And then there, it shows you all the feedings that are due for me right now. Yeah. So, I mean, it's, you know, extremely nice. What was, yeah, I'll have to go back and rewatch how I did that. I'll be spending half my day tomorrow clipping things out so that way I can remember how to do it. But yeah, I mean,
the reports area is super useful. I use that a lot, you know, getting ready for shows, even recapping a year. You know, if you are tracking the sales of your animals, anytime I sell animals, I put the sales price, who it was sold to. You know, you can quickly recap your year, you know, see what you did.
I was going to say now with, yeah, I'm going to be doing a whole lot more as far as tracking on this now too, in that aspect. There's just so much. Like there's so much. Like this commerce stuff, this store and everything. I'm going to get this sucker set up tomorrow. That is my big.
Yeah, it doesn't take very long, actually. Actually, now that you remind me, I have to go make mine active again. I set it up at one point and then started changing things around and never got back to it. So, and especially when the genetic stuff comes out, that's going to be really awesome because you'll be able to also have your incubator show up in there if you'd like.
Yes, and even just like setting up the minor things in the dashboard. That's
yeah.
That in itself is really nice. Oh,
yeah, lots of really useful things.
Let's see here. Actually, oh god, there's a oh, that's funny. Just keeping my ad brain from exploding. Prices. But it's worth every penny. I promise you guys. I really do. It's worth every bit of it. Now it looks like Chris is going to sleep. He probably just got in here not that long ago, too. But anyway, does anybody else have any questions? A lot of those negative feeders are ones that I just marked down as not feeding just because they're breeding. The males don't want to eat right now. They're shut down. They've got bigger things on their mind. And then some of actually all the females that are breeding, they're not eating either. But that's just because of they're at that point where it's follicles or food, and they're saying follicles. So thank God on that one. That's where I want them to be thinking. I actually ultrasounded some of the other girls. I think I'm gonna give her a couple weeks and do her again. But I think my OD Xanthic girl is finally developing follicles. I'm 98% sure that when I ultrasounded her today, I saw follicles. Small, I'm guessing like, man, I'm probably thinking like 5-6 mils, something like that. I mean, they were just little black circles, but they were there and they weren't there before. So I'm thinking that she's starting, so I might be able to get a late season clutch out of her, but we'll see.
Awesome.
But does anybody else have any questions that they would like to ask here before we call it a night? Because it's 12 o'clock and it's my birthday.
Happy birthday officially.
Yes, it's officially my birthday. But yeah, well, while we wait here, Ashley says I've got to go back and listen. We just want to say thank you, Jeremy. All the content, and I'm sure this one's gold for everybody that has or is going to have Husbandry Pro. But thank you for everything. Hey, Ashley, it is my pleasure. I greatly enjoy doing YouTube. I really enjoy doing the live streams, just like tonight. Like I've learned so much. I think everybody else learned a crap ton. Sometimes I feel like, and this is one thing I also wanted to bring up with you as well, Nathan. Like, I enjoy doing the new the breeder interviews and stuff, but sometimes I feel like it gets too repetitive for everybody. So I'm gonna try to start breaking up. I don't want to say the monotony, but breaking up how I do it and try to do things like similar to like how tonight's live was, like where it wasn't your normal interview thing. It was like you were hitting points. You were going over something of meaning to the whole community. So I'm going to try to switch over to that a little bit as well. We're still going to be having breeders and stuff on. Like, for instance, next week I have Mike from Scattershot Exotics. So that's going to be carpet pythons, folks. That's going to be a great episode. There's not a whole lot of carpet info out there. Mike's very successful at breeding them. So we're going to go over like breedings, do's and don'ts in the carpet world, because there's a lot of gray, fine red lines you can walk, and you got to kind of watch how you deal with it. That's going to be a very, very exciting episode as well. On February 12th, we have Amelia from Blue Ridge Pythons. That's going to be, more the normal breeder thing. So I'm excited to have Amelia on. That might be one where we have Nathan cover for me, depending when this baby decides to come. Nathan might be hosting that for me. So we'll have to see. On the 19th, I have that scheduled as a solo just because the baby's due the 17th. So law of averages, that's probably more of the day. If something's going to happen or I have to miss or skip or do whatever, have Nathan cover for me. If need be, Nathan could do a solo and just BS with you all and tell you what all's going on at his facility.
Yeah, what damage could we possibly do?
And then on the 26th, I have Chad of Hawker's Herps coming on, which he's been in the industry a little while. So needless to say, he's got some killer stuff. I'm anxious to get him on. That's going to be some of, more of the breeder thing. But at the same token, I'm going to do a little bit more research and try to figure out different topics to hit with Chad. Like I said, I want to try to break up the regular routine of everything.
No, I think that'd be great.
So during this time of me being laid off, granted it's only been like a week and a couple of days, my wheels have been able to put my normal workload away, and I've been able to just kind of focus more on what's going on here. And it's allowed me to kind of, I don't want to say let things soak in, but basically let things soak in. And I'm starting to get a little bit better direction as to where I want to go with everything. So, God, bring Nathan, bring Danny on. I'll have Danny as a co-host. That would be freaking crazy.
Oh my God.
You won't even know I'm not here. Chad is an awesome guy. Yes, actually. Everybody also, if you guys want to check out our YouTube membership, link should be in the description. I should be
Jeremy, make sure too when this ends that you add that Husbandry Pro link into the info.
Yes, I'm going to. Actually, after this ends, I want to talk to you real quick about something. But let me hold on here. Let me hold on here. This is going to make some noise, so I apologize.
Yeah, I'm just going to answer a question here. So, World of Wilcox, I'm assuming your question is referring to depending on whether you get on the app on your phone or you get on a computer. Yes, the way the application for the phone is built, it is actually accessing the web, and so everything is the same. You change a setting on one, it's going to be on the other. Everything is tied together.
Just for instance, just that way you kind of get a little bit of an idea there, Wilcox. On the app or on the website itself, I changed my settings from white to dark. It automatically changed on my app. So everything is what's on here is on the computer. It's just, you're using a mouse and keyboard instead of, your finger and your phone. But you get the exact same stuff, the exact same menus. How you have your phone set up with its menus, your menus on the computer itself will be the exact same.
Yeah, I agree.
Can't do the white background either. Yeah, no, I didn't know you could change that background until tonight. So there was an awful lot of information in this one live. I mean, this was jam-packed. Yeah, Kent's right here. It'll take all. But yeah, everybody, I urge you, even if you guys just do the free trial, give it a shot. And that's all he says. Just give it a shot and play with it. Don't be like me. Like Nathan made an exact perfect point. put a couple animals on there and play with it first. Because once you get your whole collection on there, unless you're tech savvy and if you're like me, you get very sketchy about playing with too much stuff because you're afraid you're going to lose everything you did. But it's worth every penny, folks. I honestly mean that. And I meant that before tonight. And I stand behind that now. It's worth every penny. It's a time saver. It's probably the best. I mean, I don't know how many people drink coffee, like go to Starbucks or anything like that. But I mean, what you spend going to Starbucks 2 days, you paid for the breeder plan. Because I think my coffee's like $7 for a large.
And you guys also, for all the people that are commenting about entering the animals for the first time, go play around with the import. Honestly, if I had to start today, especially if you have a larger number of animals in your collection, I would absolutely be doing it in a spreadsheet, at least to get the bulk of the initial import in. Billy touched base a little bit. You can go back and you can update these things so you don't feel that you have to get everything, but it will save you a ton of time. I mean, yes, you're going to have to type it in somewhere, but personally, I feel like it's a little quicker to just type in the spreadsheet and do an import than to necessarily sit there and try to create every detail of every animal. Get a bunch in there. You can always, tweak it later. And you can go the import process. There is a YouTube video like they showed a tutorial. It is very simple. It shows you how to set up the spreadsheet to do that.
Yeah. And almost every screen has a little YouTube video thing that you can watch to get you started with it. If anybody wants like these to help figure out these cage cards, hit me or Nathan up. It took us an hour on a speakerphone call to get everything ironed out, but we figured it out. Once we got it going, once we figured it out, it wasn't hard at all. It was just the process to get it, a little bit of trial and error with it. But it's like you can do so much, and I don't know about anybody else. I like the cleanliness look. I like a professional look. I don't like clutter. And that's what this allows. You look over there at that. That looks clean and organized. I just, you know what I mean? That's how I think all facilities should look. It should just look clean and like you got your crap together. Wilcox says, I'm ordering the chips this week that the tap input, the F. What was it? The F. Can't remember the other letters.
What's that?
The tap in, yeah. That they're that's a neat little thing. I don't know if I would use it that much in all. I like the QR scanner. I think works better for how I do things at the moment. I don't know if the tap feature would do me any better. But then with me running an iPhone, it would benefit me right now anyway.
It does work on the iPhone. There's just an extra step.
Yeah, you got to accept it or whatever, which would just be a pain in the neck. Scan the QR code to do the bulk. Yeah, that's basically where I'm at with everything. Now that each rack has its own cage card, its own card, it's going to make everything so much even faster for me now too. So I'm anxious to implement that this week because I've got bulk feedings for this week. We'll wrap it up, folks. We're still at 20 people, 21 people. This is definitely the longest live we've had in a long time. I appreciate everybody coming out and joining us tonight. If you missed anything, go back and rewatch this because I promise you it's worth every minute. Let me put out the code here one more time for tonight. go ahead and use this link, and that lets Robert know that you guys saw it here on Warfels Morphs and gives me a little bit of credit. Oh, we lost Nathan. But anyway, thank you everybody for joining us tonight. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you to all of our sponsors as well. I appreciate each and every one of you that much. You know, it's awesome. I'll share them off real quick. They are Nathan at Infinite Possible Pythons, Chris at S Reptilia, and the Gettysburg Reptile Expo LLC. All their links are in the description down below. Make sure you guys check them out. And I will see you guys next week here with Mike of Scattershot Exotics talking carpet pythons. And this week's video, I think you guys might enjoy it. I'm ultrasounding Lagatha, the carpet python. She's actually currently in here with, what did I rename Xena? Xander? I think I renamed him Xander. I can't remember. But definitely, you know, check that out because ultrasounding a carpet python is rather interesting. I'm not going to lie. Ball pythons are a lot easier to do. Yeah, we'll just let it at that. But again, thank you everybody for joining me tonight. Everybody that did super chats, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I will catch you next time. So thank you again. Later.